Will the recess meeting, Housing and Land Use Committee meeting of June 9th come to order? It is now 9:03 a.m. on June 23rd, 2025. I am Tasha Kama, Chair of the Housing and Land Use Committee. This online meeting is being conducted in accordance with the Sunshine Law.
Yes.
Members, when your name is called, if you are not with me in the council chamber, please identify by name who, if anyone, is in your workspace with you today, and minors do not need to be identified. Members, any questions before we begin? Thank you. Committee voting members, aloha kakahiaka and buongiorno. Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. To Committee Vice Chair, Nohe Uuhatens, who will be here shortly after she does her errands. And then good morning and bonjour to Council Chair Alice Lee.
Bonjour, Chair. Bonjour is from the French language, and it's a greeting during the daytime, so we can't say that tonight. Thank you.
Good to know. Want to say aloha kakahiaka and bonjour to Council Vice Chair Yukile Sugimura.
Bonjour, Chair. Looking forward to your productive meeting. Thank you.
Absolutely. We want to say aloha kakahiaka and bonjour to Councilmember Tamara Paulton.
Bonjour and aloha kakayaka kako.
Maikai. Want to say aloha kakahiaka and bonjour to Councilmember Gabe Johnson.
Bonjour, Chair, Council members, community members. There's no testifiers at the Lanai District Office, and I'm alone on my side of my workspace. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Want to say aloha kakahiaka and bonjour to Councilmember Kiani Rollins Fernandez.
Aloha kakahiaka kako. There are currently no testifiers at the Molokai District Office. Happy to be here in person. Mahalo again to everyone for filling the galleries.
Thank you. Want to say aloha kakahiaka and bonjour to Councilmember Tom Cook.
Aloha kakakiaka, bonjour. There's currently no testifiers at the Kihei Regional Office, but we have people on standby. Looking forward to today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Want to say aloha kakahiaka and bonjour to Councilmember Shane Sinensi.
Aloha kakayaka, Chair, and buongiorno here at my home office in Hana, and there are no testifiers, Chair, at the Hana District Office.
Thank you. And we have with us this morning from the Department of the Corporation Council, Nahulu Nuno Kawa. Aloha kakahiaka and bonjour.
Aloha kakahiaka and bonjour.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Just to clarify, buongiorno is Italian, and we can use that tomorrow. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Is that a nighttime or a daytime greeting? Because
Oh, that's you can use it anytime in Hawaii.
okay. So members, since we expect to continue to take testimony for the entire time set aside for this meeting, we're not permitted to ask questions of the administration until we have concluded our testimony. To respect the time of the administration staff, their attendance in person is optional. They may be in attendance virtually and welcome their attendance if their schedules allow. So I want to say good morning and bonjour to our committee staff, our senior legislative analyst, James Kruger.
Good morning, Chair and members.
I want to say aloha kakahiaka and bonjour to our legislative analyst, Ellen McKinley.
Good morning, Chair and members.
Want to say aloha kakahiaka and bonjour to our committee secretary, Jennifer Yamashita.
Good morning, Chair and members.
We want to say aloha kakahiaka and bonjour to our legislative attorney, Carla Nakata.
Aloha, Chair and members.
And want to say also aloha kakahiaka to our assistant clerk, Jean Pokipala, out there taking our testifiers. So thank you, members, for attending today's HLU committee meeting. We have a single item on the agenda today, amending chapters 19.12, 19.32, and 19.37 of the Maui County Code relating to, oops, hold on. Oops. transit vacation rentals and apartment districts. We are scheduled to meet today until 4:30 this afternoon. And given the interest in this bill, we may still be hearing testimony up until that time. If we complete our testimony list before the scheduled time, or if we still have testifiers on the list, I will recess this meeting to June 24th at 5 p.m. This evening meeting will permit those who haven't been able to testify during daytime hours, perhaps because they're at work during the day, to come and provide their testimony. And new attendees to this meeting and tomorrow's meeting will be placed on the bottom of the testifier list. I will recess this meeting for lunch at 12 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. I'll also plan to recess for a mid-morning break at 10:30 a.m. for 10 minutes and a mid-afternoon break at 3 p.m. for 10 minutes. I hope that by providing this information now, that members of the public are better informed as to how I will be managing our meeting time. And I ask for your full cooperation and participation. So in accordance with the Sunshine Law, as chair, I'll be calling for testimony for a single agenda in the following order. Those who were called on June 18th, but who did not respond to that call for testimony. Those who are on the list at the time of recess on June 18th, but not had been called to testify. And new testifiers who signed up today to testify. Since this is a recess meeting, if you have already provided your oral testimony, you'll not be able to testify again. You're always welcome to submit written testimony via e-comment. So members, the matter before us represents a substantial shift in land use with potentially dramatic economic and social effects. It will not be a decision that will be taken lightly, and we will consider all the arguments, those who support and those who oppose. So please address your comments in favor or against the bill to the chair of this committee, not to others in office or other members of the public. I will probably need to enforce decorum in this meeting and in all future meetings of this bill, and to respect this space as a safe place for all voices to speak. And again, I ask for your kokua. So let's proceed with public testimony. For individuals testifying in person, you can sign up to testify with the staff members in the 8th floor lobby. For Microsoft Teams participants logged in via web or the Teams app, please indicate that you'd like to testify by clicking the raise your hand icon in the top right of your window. Staff will add your name to the testifier list. If you are joined by telephone, *5 will raise your virtual hand and staff will put your name on the testifier list. Please keep your audio and video muted until you're called to testify. Written testimony is encouraged and can be submitted via the e-comment link at mauicounty.us/agendas. Oral testimony is limited to 3 minutes per item. When you reach the 2-minute mark, you will hear an audible notice. James, could you play that notice for people so that it's loud and they can hear it? Thank you. If you're still testifying when the notice sounds, please complete your testimony within the remaining minute. Given the volume of expected testimony, I will have to be holding you firmly to those limits. When testifying, we ask that you state your full name for the record. Anonymous testimony is also accepted. For those on Microsoft Teams, please ensure your name appears in Teams as the name you prefer to be referred to, or as anonymous if you wish to testify anonymously. If you're in person, please notify staff if you'd like to testify anonymously. Otherwise, please state your name for the record at the beginning of your testimony. Decorum will be maintained throughout this meeting, and a violation of decorum may result in being removed from the chamber or the online meeting. Again, this is a public space and must be a safe space for all voices to be spoken and heard. And I'm believing that we'll conduct ourselves in a professional manner, but I will still need to enforce the rules of decorum only when a testifier breaks decorum. A testifier will be reminded the first time I see the rules of decorum have been violated. Any additional reminders, I will then direct staff to silence the microphone, and your testimony time will be considered complete. You can also view the meeting on Akaku Channel 53, Facebook Live, or mauicounty.us/agendas. Members, the purpose of clarifying questions is just that, clarifying what the testifier stated. It's not an opportunity to effectively extend the testifier's allotted time by asking them to elaborate on their testimony. It is definitely not to engage in debate. Our meetings will be long, and I would like us to be efficient with our time. So thank you all for your cooperation. Okay, thank you. At this time, I will ask staff to call our testifiers wishing to testify on Bill 9 according to the current list of testifiers.
Chair, returning to folks that did not respond in the last call, we'll go through them quickly. If you are on the call and we don't see you, please raise your hand on Teams. The first testifier is Jenny, to be followed by Tovio Tufuga, to be followed by Charles Andrian, John Simpliciano, and then Jacqueline Tavares. If any of you are on the call, please raise your hand.
Okay.
Chair seeing no one, will go on to the next. Ron Siciliato, Jim Walsh, James Van Blerigan, Peter Davis, Kelly Keahi, Charles Nahali, Tatum Herrick, Brian Banks, Alfredo Viaz, Jackie Keefe, Peter DeAquino, Austin. Oh, sorry, Chair. In the chamber, we have Jake Carton, to be followed by Marne Masuda Cleveland, and then Brandy Corpuz.
Good morning.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Aloha, honorable council members. My name is Jake Carton, voting resident of Wailuku. I speak in favor of returning all apartment districts to long-term rental use and in opposition of all delaying and weakening amendments. Bill 9 is not a long-term solution, but it's one immediate improvement. We really live in interesting times. I thought I'd never see the day when official real estate voices on Maui would be speaking here on so many principles that benefit our community. For example, the organized real estate industry over the last year has spoken on the well-being of apartment cleaners they employ. But during their entire Oppressed Cleaners campaign, I haven't heard one mention of how they're going to get the industry to set living wage standards or provide decent health benefits or really support the cleaners to form an independent voice of their own. To clarify, I'm not talking about paying cleaners to say what the industry wants or recruit cleaner bosses to testify about job security. I'm talking about an authentic, independent voice in which cleaners are free from retaliation, can secretly vote on their spokespeople, and negotiate with owners and bosses. It seems like the, quote, organic micro-fixing model to solve the housing crisis doesn't really work after all, or you would have started last year when you began speaking on behalf of cleaners. Instead, this last year shows that investors keep maximizing profits until there's a crisis, and then maybe concede something in desperation. But you know what really knocked me out of my slippers? When I heard short-term landlords start testifying protecting county tax revenues. Imagine that. Wealthy and property investors, mostly who don't live on Maui, want robust tax revenues. Many of these same investors hire fancy accountants to minimize their tax payments and pay a lower tax percentage compared to their wealth than most of us residents. Weird, right? What I've heard through all this testimony is a unanimous, full-throated indictment of the real estate and banking industries for designing such a broken housing system, the one they call the free market. Just listen to the stories of rows of falling apart apartment buildings, of investment schemes with unsustainable operating costs. So you want to speculate on a public necessity, or as the mayor would say, a human right. Well, mess around and find out. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Marne Masuda Cleveland, to be followed by Brandy Corpuz.
Aloha kakahiaka and bonjour to our council. Thanks so much for waiting for everyone to testify. Bringing up the rear a little here. I'm speaking in strong support of Bill 9. I just want to say I'm Nahali. I'm a transplant. And my grandparents came to Maui in the early 60s. My grandpa got a job as the printer for the Maui News, and they later moved to Oahu, where my grandma helped open a Safeway store. And my dad served pipeline, and then later moved to California, where I was born. When I moved here in the 90s to teach, I knew that I was going to live here at the grace and stay here at the grace of the Hawaiian people whose land was stolen from them illegally. I knew that. I understand that. I tell my children who were born here in their 4th generation Maui that at some point, if the Hawaiian people, if the arc of history bends toward justice, the Hawaiian people will get their land back, and I will give it back to them. I own my home, but I don't own my home. It's a decision I made with my husband, who was born here. We own land, but it is not our land. And that is the risk that we take, and we honor Hawaiians who do own this land. Bill 9 is a small step toward justice, and it galls me to hear extractive haoles talk about their investments and passive income and retirements and not understand the tone deafness of moving here to make sure that they have wealth and complaining when something happens and the people whose land this is say enough. There's too many tourists. We can't live here. Our people are leaving, and they don't gracefully concede. And I just want to say, I hope Bill 9 passes, and I hope it's just a first step. And all along the way, I hope that people who move here start understanding what they're undertaking when they move here and what they're taking away when they move here. So I hope Bill 9 passes, and I hope it's just a first step. Thank you.
Members, any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much. I'd like to now take the time to recognize Member Nohe Uuhajens. Aloha kakahiaka and bonjour.
Bonjour, Chair. Bonjour, everyone.
Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Brandy Corpuz, to be followed by Jackie Keefe. And then Wendy Anderson, Jessica Taguiped, and Kirsten. Chair, one moment. I believe Brandy may be on the call signed in as someone related. Hold on.
What is your name? I'm sorry.
I might have missed it. I'm Jackie. I was kind of
Okay,
scrambling.
No, that's okay. Is she on the call?
Chair, we've just enabled Crystal Corpus, thinking that might be Brandy.
We have Jackie at the podium. Okay. Let's
Go
go to
ahead.
Jackie. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Ms. Steve.
Not at all, thank you. Aloha Chair and committee members. My name is Jackie Keefe, and I'm a settler to this place, testifying in strong support of Bill 9. I'm a transplant from Massachusetts who recognizes that Hawaii is an illegally occupied sovereign nation. The United States admitted this over 3 decades ago. I am horrified at last week's attempt to censor our community for stating these facts simply because it causes discomfort to the Western mindset. If you are brave, discomfort can lead to growth. This committee has had this bill since November, 7 more months that you have added to a crisis years in the making. A 3-year phase out is already a compromise. Extending it to 5 only rewards delay and gives investors more time to profit off our suffering. This bill responds to years of local outcry, even before the August 2023 wildfires. Bill 9 doesn't go too far. It doesn't go far enough. It's a crucial first step to correct a loophole that's harmed our people for too long. Housing should shelter our community, not serve offshore profit. Let's be clear, this is not a ban. We're asking that commercial operations be removed from residential neighborhoods where they never belonged. No carve-outs for timeshares. Those aren't housing. They're corporate tools to extract wealth and should not be protected. Opponents say, whether we like it or not, our economy is based on tourism, but that's not destiny. That's a political choice. And we, the people who live here, have a better vision, one rooted in dignity, sustainability, and care. They argue locals couldn't afford these units due to high HOA fees, but who controls those boards? Investors. They vote down pets, but fund koi ponds and fountains. They've commodified our housing and erased what makes it home. The UHERO report that they love to cite ignores community well-being, ecological health, and the fact that we have hundreds of open jobs across sectors. STR-specific job loss is not a crisis. Our families being priced out is. They worry about budget travelers, but why should our community suffer so visitors can save money? This is our home, not their discount getaway. I worked in West Maui restaurants from 2016 to 2023, from casual spots to fine dining. Our guests mostly stayed in hotels. STR visitors mostly shop big box, cook at home, and spend less. So let's not pretend they're a cornerstone of our local economy. Investor HOAs don't just hurt people, they hurt our place. They build seawalls over sand dunes, prioritizing views over climate resilience. Owners always admit that they can't afford to rent long-term, proving that our housing market is artificially inflated by commercial investment. They refuse to name their realtors who either misled them or fully disclosed that they would be operating their new investment under a loophole that had been codified into law. But guess what? Laws change. We do need a clear, efficient rezoning application process. If someone believes their STR is in the wrong zone, they should be able to apply transparently, and the county should evaluate that through a timely, public, accountable process. This line from a video I was watching this weekend about Hawaiian sovereignty hit me because I've heard my Maui community members say it many times before. It's not give and take, it's take, take, take. People blame FEMA for raising our rents, but it's really due to the STR owners refusing to open their homes. Yes, this is my last line, thank you. Open their homes to fire survivors for less than they felt they were owed. They would literally have rather let people live on the street than take a financial hit. You have a kuleana to us as our elected representatives to listen to our voices, and I believe that it's past time for these STR owners to change course
Members, do you
and
have
give.
questions for Ms. Corpus? Ms. Corpus, Tamara has a question.
Sorry, this is Jackie Keefe for the record, not Ms. Corpus. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Keefe. My clarifying question, I mean, I used to work restaurants in my 20s to my 30s, well, 30 and below. How would you tell that they are from the hotels and not from the STRs? I know when timeshare started, like, my tips went way down, but how do you know?
Yeah, so there's different ways of telling. So having worked in management for a long time, you have certain timeshares that have like the coupons that they give as an incentive to be able to go to the restaurants. So you know when those folks are staying in timeshare. But there's also the expansion of most people these days are paying with their hotel credit card. So Marriott credit cards were like a super, super common one that I would see. But also just the conversation, because I worked whether you're managing or as a bartender or a server, like you're having conversations with those people and it comes out. And yeah, it's very clear who's staying where, and it's not short-term rental owners, especially Kapalua, which is where I worked a lot of the time.
Thank you.
Interesting. Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Ms. Keefe. Mahalo for your testimony. I couldn't hear the last 3 lines of your testimony because of the bell, if you could.
Yes, I apologize. I was watching a video on Hawaiian sovereignty, and there was this line, and this was an Oahu-based. It was about Puhakalua, but it was talking about how it's never give and take. It's always take, take, take. And so we've heard that a lot from our community consistently for years now, and I think it's time for them to give because they were unwilling to. Oh, FEMA was the other piece of it. People love to blame FEMA for raising the rent, but FEMA had to raise our rents because these people refused to take anything less than they felt that they were entitled to. That was how FEMA raised our rents. It was the STR owners, period.
Mahalo, Ms. Keefe. Mahalo, Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you, Ms. Keefe.
Mahalo.
Staff?
Chair, if Brandy Corpuz is on the call, please unmute yourself now. She would be followed by Roger Williams, John Webb, Paul Belshoff, Lauren Palikiko. Chair, the next testifier would be Justin Huey, to be followed by Lonnie Newman on Teams, and then Teresa O'Toole. I believe Justin Huey was in the chamber.
I don't see him.
Chair, the next testifier is Lonnie Newman on Teams. Oops, Lonnie, you are unmuted on our end. If you are having trouble finding the microphone icon to unmute, you can briefly leave the meeting and rejoin on the page that shows up when you leave. Chair, the next testifier would be Teresa O'Toole, to be followed by Bonnie, and then Gregory Wilson and Arthur C. Chair, not seeing anyone responding to those names. The next testifier would be George Fulton, to be followed by Bryant Ocasio, and then Owen Kahane, and then Cliff K.
Okay.
The next testifier would be Lenny English, to be followed by Amy Ramos, Sarah Ann, and then Ann Barber. Then Courtney Lazo, to be followed by Rick Beck, and then Andrew Church. Oh, sorry, I skipped. Greg Ryolski is on Teams. Greg, we will unmute you shortly, and it will be your turn to testify.
There you are.
Greg, you've been unmuted on our end. Greg Ryolski, go ahead and testify, please.
Aloha, and thank you, Council, for hearing me. I'm a transplant and resident of a Minatoya property outside of the apartment zone, currently a guest in a primarily vacation rental property in the hotel zone. This is clearly a challenging situation with so much testimony and a clear passion regarding this housing situation, with even a few end-of-the-world scenarios presented. With the mayor's support, and no matter how small the number, any housing is more than we have today. Even the governor has voiced concerns about the high percentage of vacation rentals. Now, he currently exceeds the visitor and resident ratio per the mayor's report, and now he has no shortage of visitor accommodations. Passing Bill 9 provides an opportunity for change. Failing to pass Bill 9 guarantees the status quo. Rezoning is an available option, as much of the written testimony has supported. Lahaina Shores and Ainanalu already rezoned. There's also the SDHR route. Perhaps we can increase the STR licensing to help those 352 locally owned TVRs, the 6% of the locally owned units that will be affected by Bill 9. Many of these units are described as too small, aging, and in disrepair. Testimony from current owners is clear. They are a terrible place for a residence. But for a vacation rental, they're the best. They go on to say Maui locals cannot afford them anyway. They're just too rundown and expensive. So these non-resident speculative investors describe themselves as members of the community with deep connections, are attempting to convince this committee they're doing the less fortunate Maui community a favor by owning these TVR properties. Quite a few testifiers own not just one, but multiple burdensome and unprofitable properties. I'd like to talk a little bit about what it's like to live in a Minatoya property. We were originally primarily residential. Today we're over 80% TVR. Less than 10% of our units were TVR'd in the 70s, but now everybody can do it. Quality of life is definitely degrades. The investors control the boards. They prioritize vacation rental amenities over anything for the residents. There's a constant flow of visitors. All of the expenses are artificially increased. HOA dues go up to cover resort-like amenities, really for the visitors. Taxes, of course, for non-owner occupied are crazy high. Then we get to the water usage. We've seen 12 people in a 2-bedroom unit, all right? It's not just all the people and all the showers and the flushing. Every time somebody checks out, they wash down the whole unit. All of the laundry is done. All of the dishes get done. They hose down the lanai. Sometimes they hose down the driveway, right? And even coming to the pools, we're filling the pools, we're hosing down the decks, and whether the water comes from the county or comes from a well, either way, we're taking a lot more water than any resident would normally take. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ryolski. Member Paulton has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ryolski. Just clarifying, you're in support of Bill 9 and you would love to know your neighbors, it sounded like.
Yes, all of our neighbors that we knew all moved away, and I'm in strong support of Bill 9. And like others have said, this is the first step. There's further to go after this passes.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Member Rollins Fernandez has a question for you.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Mr. Ryolski. Mahalo for your testimony. I just want to clarify. You said that when you first bought, there were less than 10% of the units being used as an STR, and now it's like 80%?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, what complex is?
Puamana.
Oh, okay. It's a Puamana. Oh, did I lose somebody? Okay. And then, I'm sorry, the bell went, and I heard you say that they're shooting off the deck, and what was that last line?
So about the water usage, how we use all kinds of, like every few days people come and go, and so they hose down lanais. Every day at the pools, they're hosing down the pool deck and washing all the furniture off. It's just a crazy amount of water usage that we see every day.
Mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ryolski. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Justin Huey, to be followed by Lonnie Newman.
Aloha. Aloha, esteemed council members. My name is Justin Huey. Short-term rentals compound an already existing long-term problem. I taught at King Kamehameha III Elementary in Lahaina since 2006, and I was hired, Hawaii long suffered a gaping wound, a desperate shortage of teachers. We aren't paid competitive salaries. A teacher in Los Angeles that has the same cost of living, on average, obtains $70,000 more in salary. We're forced to rely on teachers from the mainland and now the Philippines to come here. This isn't a statistic, it's a crisis that chips away at a future of our keiki. Now, home ownership for teachers here feels like a crucial joke, an impossible dream. Most of my colleagues work second jobs just to go paycheck to paycheck. I was one of the lucky ones winning the affordable housing lottery in 2010 thanks to Nahali and Maui. Now, teaching here, I was stunned to my core when one of my substitutes confessed that he was sleeping at the Kahului self-storage, then in his car. But the true punch to the gut came when my fellow teachers from King Kamehameha III were forced to move to the mainland because they simply could not find a rental unit. Every long-term rental was being snatched up and converted. When the housing crisis rips teachers from our classrooms, when it steals the very foundation of our children's education, then you, county council members, must intervene. Housing must be absolute, non-negotiable imperative. With the looming threat of another Republican economic depression, we don't have the luxury of time. The clock is ticking. Please pass Bill 9, prioritize our people, our precious water, our children's future, and the very soul of Maui. Thank you very much.
Member Paulton has a question for you, Mr. Huey.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Huey. I just wanted to clarify, are you still able to teach at King Kamehameha III Elementary School in Lahaina?
No, because it's burned down.
Or the new one, or the one at...
When it was moved to Princess, 2,000 feet from a major burn zone, and all of the state recommendations of not being within 2,000 feet of a burn zone, I asked if I could be transferred to Kahului Elementary. So I moved, and now on the west side, we have a differential because it's even harder to get teachers to come to the west side now.
So you didn't make the shift when they went to the Punahou
No, because
site?
The lucky lottery of affordable housing, a market price home at $275,000 is just a couple blocks away. So it just didn't make any sense for me to make the commute, and especially when my health was at risk.
And then you said you started teaching at King Kamehameha III Elementary in 2006. Do you recall what year it was that the teachers had to leave because there was...
It was after 2010. I think it was around 2000, I don't know, it was after 2010, because it was after I got my home, and I just couldn't fathom. I was like, what do you mean you can't find rentals? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, I always worked two jobs to be able to afford rent on the west side. I had to work like 4 nights a week at Sansei, as well as teaching. And rentals were always hard to find, but then I had people that were calling me, like, we're leaving, we can't even find rentals.
So after 2010, and then continuously on since 2010?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions, members? Seeing none. Thank you so much, Mr. Huey.
Thank you.
Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Lonnie Newman, to be followed by Amy Ramos and Courtney Lazo.
Sorry, we can't hear you. Maybe you might have to call in or log out.
Chair, we see that she is unmuted on her end as well, but the audio is just not working.
Ms. Newman, if you might not have a microphone selected or enabled, like connected to your computer, it might be easiest for you to just call in. We can put the call-in information in the chat for you to use, and we can be on the lookout for your phone.
She'll be right back, she said. Okay.
Chair, the next testifier is Amy Ramos, to be followed by Courtney Lazo, and then Rick Beck.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's on. It's on. Good.
Hang on a second.
This is Amy Ramos.
I'm very good at Teams. Can you see me now? Can you see me too?
No.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I get. Sorry, I've never done Teams, so one moment. Okay, so if you can hear me, I'll just go ahead.
Yes.
Aloha, Chair and Council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on Bill 9. I'm a resident of Maui. I'm an unpaid volunteer on the board of Maui Vacation Rental Association, but I'm testifying on my own behalf. I own, manage, and run one legal permitted short-term rental home now for 13 years and have had no neighbor complaints. That supports my family of 5, along with my husband, who works full-time as a contractor as well. Although I'm not on the Minatoy list, I oppose passage of this bill. There is no guarantee that any of these units will be converted to long-term rental. Folks can let them sit open so that they can still use them themselves. This bill will benefit the hotel industry. Unless the condo market's value drops to under $200,000, I don't see these becoming affordable housing. In 2002, I bought a Kihei Shores condo for $145,000. Now those units are valued over $600,000, and those are not vacation rentable. I no longer own that unit. The escalation of real estate is not just due to the rise of short-term rentals, but an issue of supply versus demand, with demand outpacing the supply. What is upsetting me is the blatant disregard to all the folks that work in tourism that are not employed by the hotels. I'm part of this group of local residents who who own STRs, who work in multiple facets of tourism, and we should be recognized and supported for our hard work, these entrepreneurial businesses. I watched an ad campaign launched for the mainland that included the mayor and his beautiful wife, and they were advocating for tourism to the big 5 hotels on Maui, citing how each hotel has a cultural advisor, how the flow of the water begins from the front of the hotel to the ocean, and how beautiful and inviting it is to see. These hotels are catering to the wealthy rich to come to Hawaii and spend their thousands of dollars on a vacation at one of these resorts, even though local folks can barely afford one night. As I listened to the testimony last week regarding the use of water in STRs, I thought how convenient not to discuss the water usage in plan, where watering and keeping the grass green and landscaping lush are required, and not cite how much water is used by hotels, which are purely only for tourist enjoyment, whom are all owned by off-island corporations. The Grand Wailea uses enough water to supply over 1,600 single-family homes a day. How about $2 billion the hotels have spent on lobbyists over the last 5 years? This makes the hotels the largest spenders on lobbying. Maui County has allowed the expansion of the Maui Coast Hotel and the other new one in Kahului. How many more hotel renovations and expansions will be allowed? How much more land in Wailea will be allowed to be developed for the wealthy? Any small businesses that are supporting folks that live here should be protected. I'd like to add that I'm open to participating or volunteering on any housing committee to help brainstorm to create affordable housing in future discussions. Please reach out to me if my help is needed. Once again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Member Paulton has a question for you.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ramos. I wasn't clear. I was wondering if you could clarify the part that you said about Kihei Shores, 245,000, and then you said something, it's not suitable for long-term rentals?
No, I didn't say that it wasn't suitable. I said it was not vacation rentable property. It's only long-term rental or owner-occupied property.
Oh. And then how, I guess I didn't connect that, how that's relevant to this, like
That was a condo in 2002 that sold for $145,000. And now those are valued over $600,000. And they're not vacation rentable. You have to own it or it's long-term rentable. And that they've gone up over 600,000. So it's really, it's not just vacation rental properties. It's the properties just across the board, across, the whole island. It's just,
I see.
I feel like
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Staff?
Chair, we believe that Lonnie Newman is now connected by phone call.
Go ahead, Ms. Newman.
Chair, Ms. Newman is connected by phone. We don't hear her. I think you need to unmute your phone, Ms. Newman. That would be *6. Try one more time.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. Okay.
Ms. Newman, we're getting feedback from your phone. You might need to turn down the speaker on your computer.
Okay. On the computer? Hold on. Okay. How about now?
Yeah.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Is that good?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I've been listening to the testimonies, and I testified last year when the first meetings happened. I'm a part owner of a small family-run property management company. We've been here almost 50 years now, and we employ about 25 people. And of course, these people's jobs and my livelihood would be decimated by this bill. So I am opposing the bill. It is very difficult for me because I've been coming here for 50 years and I can see the changes on the island. I was renting myself at one point and they kicked me out and turned it into a vacation rental. So I got a studio and fixed it up and sold it, and then I was able to buy a one-bedroom because I knew that was the only way I was going to have stability. I've heard people talk about budgets. The budgets are set. There really isn't a way to get around insurance costs went up 40%. The cost of the property manager that, takes care of the property, there's different things. It's not like you can just set them up and down for whatever reason. So that part is not true. The water usage is minimal, and as far as the water usage for vacation rentals, those people are out most of the day, so I don't really understand how they could use more water than a long term. We had the Airbnb survivors after the fire, and they told us to reach out to the tenant and ask if they were willing to have a long-term lease. Only one accepted it, and that was based on market rates. And you can look, I looked all across what there was available, and there are units available on Craigslist, Sunset Terrace, Napili Ridge. There's not a lot, but there are some. And as far as Napili Ridge, that is a workforce housing. They have 66 short-term units right now out of 132. And I wrote a letter to the council a few years ago, and when I started noticing these historical apartments that were being turned into short-term rentals, because I was concerned because they were apartments for the local people. And so I oppose this bill, and it's very difficult. It's a no-win situation, but two wrongs are not going to make a right. So thank you, everybody, for your hard work.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. We have a question from Chair Lee, Member Paulton, and Member Cook.
Ms. Newman.
Thank you.
Could you repeat the various rental amounts that you mentioned that are available, units that are available in West Maui, or were you talking about in other places?
Okay, well, at Sunset Terrace, they have studios starting at $19.50, and then they have one bedrooms that start at about $2,500, and that doesn't include water, sewage, and garbage, and electric and internet. So that puts you up to about $3,000. When I offered a fully furnished one-bedroom oceanfront to my tenants, they said they couldn't afford it, and I asked them how much they could afford, and they said $1,500. So clearly there's a disconnect between what's available and what's quote-unquote affordable.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Member Fulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Newman. I wanted to clarify what year it was and what property you were forced to leave because the owner was changing to a short-term rental, if you remember.
That was the Conopoli Plantation, and that was about 7 years ago.
Thank you.
And another point was that something about being grandfathered if you rented before 2020, and a lot of these units started buying
Thank you. That
cheap.
wasn't my question. My question was answered. I think Member Cook has a question for you,
Member
though.
Cook, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Newman. My clarifying question, briefly, what units were you said that they started converting to short-term rentals, and what date was that?
Next door to me where I live, Maui Lonnie started renting, and the reason I know is because I search on Airbnb to see what other units are renting, and I started seeing these units pop up. Probably about 3 or 4 years ago, before the fire, I sent emails to the council members, and I said, here's part of your problem. You've got Kahana Manor, Maui Lodge, Maui Lonnie, and Napili Ridge renting short-term, and that could free up, at least 100 units right there.
Thank you for your answer. If you wouldn't mind, if you could send that to committee, those names of your experience with the ones that were converting after the date and that you sent to the county. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Courtney Lazo, to be followed by Rick Beck. And then we would like to see if the caller or the person on Teams signed in as HiOal Kiko is the person that was signed up as Lauren Paliko.
You may proceed, Courtney.
Aloha, Chair and Council members. My name is Courtney Lazo, and I'm standing in strong support of Bill 9. About a month ago, we threw my son's first birthday party on our family property in Lahaina, where our multi-generational home once stood. In my head, I was thinking we'd have maybe 200 people or so show up. But everyone was ready to come home. People were eager to create positive memories in a space where we had grieved the loss of everything we've ever known as a result of the August 8th fire. We had almost 400 people show up to his party. Aside from seeing everyone in one space, celebrating, smiling, catching up with each other, and enjoying Ono food, one of my favorite parts of the celebration was having over 30 immediate family members and our closest friends fly in from as far as New York and Texas. We got a glimpse of what it would be like to have everyone back home. Sorry. To feel what it would be like to have our village reunited, and to have my kids growing up with their grandparents, aunties, uncles, and cousins, all on island. What it would be like to call them up and say, hey, we go beach. But that's not a reality. As the day approached when everyone had to fly in for his party, go back to wherever it is they moved to, I could feel the weight of how we had failed our community. We had prioritized outside financial gain over the needs of our local community, the very people who make Maui and Hawaii feel like home. Something many of us can unfortunately relate to is how hard it is to pull up curbside at Kahului Airport, say your goodbyes, give long lingering hugs while holding back tears so we're not crying in front of everyone. I can't tell you how difficult it is to pull away and watch family members walk through TSA, turning back to wave one last time and blow kisses before disappearing up the escalator towards their gate while holding back tears. These are members of our community, people who spent their lives in service to this community, who have roots here, who thought they'd be able to live the rest of their lives here with their family, raising their grandchildren and great-grandchildren here. I often fantasize about what it would be like if our family could move back home. For those who have been priced out watching this unfold, there is hope that this could be a chance to come back. I fantasize what it'd be like for me to show up at my mom's doorstep for Sunday dinners if she could move back home. I think about what it would mean for my 83-year-old grandma to come back and be dancing hula and Zumba with her friends, sewing leis to sell and raise money for Lahaina Luna seniors on Front Street, what it would be like for her to cook her famous pork adobo again. Bill 9 is hope. Bill 9 is a chance to keep our community home. Bill 9 is an opportunity to bring our people back, and it's one small step in the right direction to house our people. And for the first time in a long while, many of us feel like there's a chance for us to stay or a chance for us to move back home. That's what this means to us. This is what your vote and your decision on this bill means to us. While it's not the only solution, it's part of it. On one side, you have members of our community, those who live here and those who've been priced out, pleading with you to choose community over profit. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Rick Beck. And then we see that Alfredo Viaz is in the chamber, and then to be followed by Andrew Church.
Mr. Beck, you're next. Can't hear you.
Mr. Beck, you're unmuted on our end. If you can find the microphone icon on the top right of your screen. Okay. If you could quickly leave the meeting and rejoin, or you could use the call-in information. Chair, the next testifier is Alfredo Viaz, to be followed by Andrew Church.
Okay. Alfredo?
Aloha kako.
Aloha.
I am in support 100% for this bill, number 9. To end the suffering. Our ancestors work hard. I look upon these people over here. They work hard. Forget where we are today. Our conscience is to help others. Our conscience is to house the people. It's a long uphill of suffering and loss of lives. I ask you folks, when you sign the pen, look into your heart. Forget about your wallet. Because these people, they have heart. And they here stand together to ask you folks to please house them. They never ask for being in this situation. This situation has been brought upon themselves by whatever reason that I don't want to speculate right now. But the right thing to do, it's house the people. It's our people. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Alfredo Viaz. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff?
Chair, I don't see that Rick has returned to the meeting yet. I am informed that Charles Nahali is in the chamber, and then Andrew Church online.
You may proceed.
Aloha, Council.
Aloha.
I'm here today to express my profound and unwavering support of this bill to terminate short-term rentals in residential zone areas. First, I'd like to acknowledge Mayor Bisson, whose informative presentation of facts and figures and graphs powerfully demonstrate the overdue necessary of terminating short-term rentals in residential zone areas. Isn't it astounding that over 90% of STO owners don't live here? Isn't it equally disturbing to learn STRs use considerably more water than a local household? When the community is being asked to ration and conserve water, that's a major problem. We've heard repetitively from STR owners and their rental agents that the contributions they are making to the economy, employing workers. Do these STR owners provide 401k to their workers? How about paid vacation? Healthcare, dental, free lunch, clean uniforms? They offer none of these while paying minimal wages. You know who does provide these things are the hotels, who understand that tourists like seeing familiar faces and when they return. And so they offer these benefits and incentives to retain them. We likely know people presently working in hotels 20, 30, 40 years and has been able to raise their family on that employment. So there's enough room in the hotels for tourists. Go enjoy our beautiful hotels and beaches with lifeguards to protect you. The only people who make money in the STRs are the owners and the rental agencies they employ. We all know when one makes an investment in real estate, there are risks involved, and sometimes you lose. And when you do, you put on your big boy pants and big girl pants and act like an adult and deal with the situation responsibly, even if it's difficult and unpleasant. Through a democratic process, Mayor Bisson, like all of you, was elected by the majority. The majority have spoken, placed their trust in him to lead. His introduction and recommendation of this bill carries the weight of the majority. Pass it. Mahalo nui o ko.
Mahalo. Members, any questions? Oh, and could you please state your name for the record?
Charles Nahali.
Thank you. Questions, members? None? Thank you so very much. Staff?
Chair, I believe we have Rick Beck on Teams, maybe calling in as well, and to be followed by Andrew Church, and then Nicole Higuin, and then DeAndre Makua.
Mr. Beck? We can't hear you.
Mr. Beck, we're unable to hear you at this time. If you're calling in, you'll need to hit *6 in order to unmute yourself. I'll try one more time. It looks like you're unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Aloha and bonjour, Chair, Council members, and our community listening. My name is Rick Beck, and I'm speaking in strong opposition to Bill 9. I've served on the Ka'anapali Royal Board of Directors for 15 years, including 12 as president and now as vice president and treasurer. I'd like to share some background on our property and what's at stake. Ka'anapali Royal has operated as resort rental since it was built in 1980. That use is written into our certificate of occupancy and our bylaws. We're located in the heart of the Ka'anapali Beach Resort and part of the Ka'anapali Operators Association, known as KOA, which comes with its own set of rules, responsibilities, and required dues. We can't make big changes without KOA approval and usually a vote from our owners. So even if we wanted to scale back or reduce expenses, we couldn't. This is a resort zone complex built to resort standards, and we have to maintain that. Even eliminating amenities such as the pool requires 100% vote of all the owners. In recent years, our operating costs have gone up sharply. Insurance costs tripled after the fires. Electricity is up. We are committed to paying our staff of 9 a fair, livable wage, and our aging buildings need constant investment. This year alone, we're replacing the roof at a cost of $2.6 million. We rely in part on parking revenue from vacation guests to help fund these costs. If short-term rentals are taken away, there's no way we can make up the difference without dramatically increasing HOA dues. I urge you to vote no on Bill 9. Short-term rentals in designated resort areas like Ka'anapali offer visitors more options, support our tourism economy, and help keep residential neighborhoods residential. This bill doesn't solve the housing crisis. It just shifts the burden unfairly to communities like ours. My hope is that the council and all of our community can come together, bring new ideas to solve the housing problem that is equitable to all. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. Members, Member Paulton has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Beck. We had heard that some of the Ka'anapali properties were given community plan designation of hotel. Are you aware if that was your property?
Our property is not designated as hotel.
In the community plan?
Although it was well, as far as the zoning, I'm not sure about the community plan. You know, the entire area of Kaanapali is zoned essentially as a resort.
Okay, so you don't know what your community plan designation is?
Not right offhand, no, I don't.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Members, none? Thank you very much, Mr. Beck. Staff?
Chair, the next
Thank you.
testifier is
Appreciate
Andrew
your time.
Church, to be followed by Nicole Higuin, and then DeAndre Makua. Mr. Church, you're unmuted on our end. Chair, it appears he may be rejoining the meeting. If Nicole Higuin is on, please raise your hand or make yourself known to staff. DeAndre Makua.
I think Nicole's at the chamber.
I'm here. Okay.
Go ahead.
Aloha, Micah, co-chair and council. I am Nicole Higuin. I'm a community care organizer, a settler of Maui, and I'm also here from the perspective of Maui Rapid Response today. I am also born and raised in Silicon Valley, with the home base of Airbnb, so I'm going to give a little bit of that perspective today as well. I actually wrote about 5 different testimonies today from various perspectives I could bring, and I scrapped that about 5 minutes ago, and I'm going to tell you why at the end. I'm going to briefly give you sentences from each one. The first testimony I wrote was about the advocate that I am for the unsheltered and our kapuna on Maui. I think we all know that 53% and under are either ALICE and or in poverty, and the nonprofit work that we do answers all of that. So we can give you plenty of data in follow-up if you would like that. The next perspective I'm going to give is right after the fires. We had 8 volunteers immediately start calling 2,134 STR owners to see if they would house people. Within 2 weeks, 11 said yes to house people for free. 4 said yes for a fee. The rest said, well, wait. And they did until we got an Airbnb grant and paid them at market rate. The next perspective I have is being raised in Silicon Valley. This is the second time I have lived through an escalation of short-term rentals. In Silicon Valley, my rent went from $1,400 to $220, $2,200 in 2 years' time. I was a teacher at the time and was forced to leave. There is no longer any person I grew up with in San Francisco. 0. I'm going to move on to when I was a teacher, a high school teacher. I had the honor of being an economics teacher. And I think what we've been hearing lately is actually the effects of something called market saturation, not that it is holding up tourism. It's actually the effects of market saturation. I'm happy to give the definition from a Hawaii State economics book on that. So that was what I was all going to present on. What I want to present right now is that something that you guys are already doing, which is helping people purchase these homes when they come back to Maui. You did that with a home that Maui Rapid Response is currently purchasing from a short-term home owner. You gave $250 towards the purchase of that in this last budget. That home, as of tomorrow, will house 43 people in the past 3 years that are in transition and are absolutely not able to live anywhere. One of those people that is in that home right now is a former county council member who cannot afford to live anywhere as a kupuna. That's all. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you for those perspectives. Members, any questions for our testifier? Member Rollins-Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Ms. Higuin. Mahalo for your testimony. Sorry, that last part hit a little hard.
Yeah.
In the context of your testimony, what do you mean by market saturation?
Market saturation is when there's too many things, too many of the product on the market. So the free market works in supply and demand. It's based in that thing. So we're in market saturation. I looked up some facts from when I was still in San Francisco. In 2015, they hit market saturation. San Francisco City. Market saturation for them was 12,000 short-term unit rentals. I believe we're at 13,000 as an island.
Mahalo. And then do you recall market rate when the STR owners finally rented after the fire?
What the rate was, we just were told as volunteers they were going to wait to be paid what the cost was to run the home. So I'm hearing a lot of owners, and I want to mahalo my current landlord who used her STR profits to pay for 3 people's affordable rates of rental here on Maui. It can be done, but there was 11 of them that were willing to give just 2 weeks of free things. All the others said, I have to break even. I don't know what their rate of break even was. I imagine, though, it was what the Airbnb rates were, because they were giving out 21-day things, and then we ended up in FEMA rates.
Mahalo, Ms. Higuin. Mahalo, Chair.
Member Paulson, you had a question?
Thank you. 2 questions. So you said market saturation for San Francisco City was 12,000, and that hit in
2015. So they Airbnb, I actually know the owners of. They started the company in 2008 with renting out a couch in their home during a convention, and made a couple bucks to help pay them their rent.
So my question is, what happened after market saturation in San Francisco City?
I believe they started to pass legislation similar to this. But San Francisco now is a ghost town, if you've been.
The other question I had was, so when the people that you called up got paid, the longest that they let folks stay was 21 days?
We passed the program off to others that ran the Airbnb program. We gave that list to those other nonprofits that were running that. But it was 21 days, and then they moved into the FEMA programs.
Do you know the reason why the voucher was 21 days? I mean, that's hardly enough to get your feet under you.
I think that they were waiting for the government to have a better answer for housing everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? None? Thank you very much, Ms. Higuin.
Thank you.
Chair Chair, the next testifier is Andrew Church, to be followed by DeAndre Makua, and then Pat Borge.
Go ahead, Mr. Church.
Mr. Church, it looks like you're still unmuted you're unmuted on our end, but not yours. You might be still having that error. It might be best for you to try and call in instead. We've posted the call-in information in the chat. Chair, at this time, we can proceed with DeAndre Makua.
Yes, let's do that. Thank you.
Aloha Chair and aloha Council. My name is DeAndre Makua. I'm testifying in support of Bill 9, and I appreciate you allowing us the opportunity to speak on this. Since you've heard the data and numbers from experts on both sides, and since I'm a camera person, I'm gonna be just speaking on my own lived experience, having been born and raised here on Maui. So growing up, we moved constantly. Almost every single year, we were switching schools. I went to school in every district on this island except for Hana. The first time I ever lived in one place for longer than 2 years was as an adult in my 20s. I moved into a place with 4 other friends from high school, so we could, go to college together. And that was a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 1-parking condo that 5 of us crammed into, and we made it work, and we loved it. Had so much fun. But my mom, she was priced out of paradise, right? When I was 16 years old, she fled the hardships here and moved to Oregon seeking better opportunities. But after a lifetime of me being uprooted from town to town, I refused to make a move like that. So I stayed with my father, who a few months later went homeless. And then after that, I was couch surfing, uncle's house, auntie's house, friends' houses, until my ex-girlfriend's mom, she found out my living situation and she took me in so that I could get accepted, or finish high school and get accepted to my top 3 university picks, and then leave for college. But that upbringing created this deep-rooted insecurity around housing that's crippling today. Like, hearing other people talk about their struggles I tear up in the back, because it's hard to listen to, because so many of us have been through it. I full-on bought into the grind mentality because of it. I read all the books, right? 10X Factor, Millionaire Next Door, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. I trained myself to operate on 4 hours of sleep a day. I gave up watching sports and video games, stopped hanging out with friends. I gave up pursuing hobbies, and I started just starting businesses, whatever would catch. I was under the impression I had to have an income stream for every single bill that I have, or else I'm not gonna make it here. And so I did that, and I had to instill this toxic work ethic into my own self that bleeds onto my family and my friends. But nobody should have to live like that. Even my sister and my brother-in-law, they run multiple businesses. My brother-in-law sleeps less and works more than I do. And their teenage sons have a successful business. But it doesn't matter how hard we grind, because every time we try to take a step forward, we get knocked 3 steps back. And I don't want my sons and their generation to have to sacrifice their health and their happiness for financial stability like our generation is having to. A parent should be able to take their kids out to the movies or take a day trip to Oahu without financial breakdown. You know what I mean? My grandfather was a postman, and he bought a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house with a giant yard, and they raised 4 kids and 8 dogs, and my uncle still owns that property to this day. That should be the normal. People like us who grind as hard as we do, honestly, in my opinion, we deserve a lot more. But we're grinding that hard for the bare minimum, and that's not okay. And I just ask, this bill, we know it's not a fix-all, but it's a huge step in the right direction, and it's a step that we need to be taking right now. Mahalo nui for your time.
Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you very much. Staff?
Chair, returning to Andrew Church, to be followed by Pat Borge, and then Alan Lloyd.
Mr. Church?
Mr. Church, if you're calling in by phone on the number 2473, we've enabled you. You could hit *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
We can
Hello,
hear you.
Council Chair. Yeah,
Thank you. Aloha, Council Chair. My name is Andrew Church. I live on Maui. I'm here to express my strong opposition to Bill 9. My daughter and her mother were born on Maui. Her grandmother and great-grandmother were born on Molokai. Her great-great-grandfather was born on Oahu. My family survives solely on the income from our short-term rentals in Kihei. Our properties are on the Minatoy list, a word I never heard before the mayor's press conference in May 2024. This ban would essentially wipe out our primary source of income. The mayor's flawed attempt to provide housing for one family could potentially leave my family homeless. Please understand three things. Our ability to short-term rent is the legally codified use. The declarations for our properties clearly state that they allow for short-term rental use. These declarations were approved by the county man when they were built. When we purchased our condos, I had no knowledge of the Minatoy list. My intentions were to never hurt or displace any residents of Maui. Before buying our condos, I checked the property tax historical assessments for my properties. From 2015 to 2017, it says hotel resort. From 2018 to 2025, it's the TVR/TRR STRH. In 2022, I visited the Property Tax Division and the Planning Department, where I confirmed my properties were 100% legal vacation rentals. I was never told about the Minatoy list by either department. I bought these properties out of frustration in dealing with the county on the permitting process. It took me almost 2 years to get a building permit for a 7-foot by 7-foot outdoor shower. Yes, 2 years. After experiencing this excruciating slow process, I decided I could not build and sold my property to buy these condos because no permits were needed. I purchased another property in Kula in 2017. The planning department provided me with a zoning confirmation form that stated this property was zoned rural half acre. In 2019, the building inspector, Stan told me that I could build a second accessory dwelling. This property was due to the new ADU ordinance 4936. In 2023, after submitting my building plans for the second ADU, the planning department told me that I could not build a second ADU because they had adopted a new digital mapping system. My property was now zoned ag, even though the state still calls it rural. That parcel has water, septic, electric, but still sits empty because the plans were stopped dead by the planning department. After the line fires in 2023, I went back to the planning department and asked them if I could build on that empty parcel to help with the housing crisis. Again, they said no. After giving up trying to build, I was in shock when the mayor announced his plan to now take away my legal codified right to short-term rent my condos. Bill 9 will be catastrophic for my family and other local residents that we employ. This ban will eliminate those jobs and income for their families. Again, I strongly oppose Bill 9. Thank you for your time. Aloha, Andrew Church.
Thank you, Chair.
Hello?
Thank you, Mr. Church. Just clarifying, you said you have 3 vacation rentals in South Maui?
That's correct.
And do you mind disclosing who your realtor was? You said they never let you know that these were on the Minatoya list.
The selling agents were Brandon James and Landon Gentry. One was Keller Williams. I don't know who the other one was.
Thank you.
Those were the selling agents, yes.
Member Cook?
Thank you, Mr. Church. My clarifying question is, have you been able to build on your property yet?
No.
How long have you been trying?
Well, I was trying since 2019, but in 2023, my plans were held up by the planning department because they clarified that the Dead Sea Scroll, I believe it was called the Dead Sea Scroll system, paper system was no longer a law, and the new digital system was law. And but I have a stamped and what do you call it? Zoning and flooding confirmation form stamped and signed by the county.
Okay, thank you, sir, for coming and sharing that today, and hopefully we can get a permit. Thank you.
Oh, Member Paulton has another question.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Church. For your rural zone property, was it the same realtor?
I'm sorry? For
the property that you said that you thought was, you said you were told it was rural, but then the planning department.
That's a different property. That's in Kula. That property is in Kula. It's not a short-term rental.
And do you have the same realtor or a different realtor?
No. I bought it in 2017. I haven't talked to that realtor since.
Who was the realtor?
Actually, I don't remember the name. To be quite honest with you, the realtor told me to go to the planning department and get a zoning and flood confirmation form, which I did. I followed their instructions.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, members? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Church. Members, it's getting to that time now.
Thank you.
And instead of going into another testifier, I want to be able to call our morning break at 10:28 a.m. until 10:40 a.m. Recess. The recessed HLU committee meeting of June 9th, 2025. Come back to order. It is now 10:50 a.m. Staff, would you please call the next testifier, please?
Chair, the next testifier is Pat Borge, to be followed by Alan Lloyd, and then Mike Marquez. Mr. Borge, you're unmuted on our end. Mr. Borge, you might need to leave the meeting and come back or call in on the phone number listed in the chat. Chair, we could go ahead with
Yes.
Alan Lloyd once I unmute him. Mr. Lloyd, if you could go ahead, please.
There, I see him. We can't hear you.
Chair, Mr. Lloyd might be encountering that same issue where his microphone's grayed out. So same thing, Mr. Lloyd, you might need to leave the meeting and rejoin quickly in order to fix that bug. If not, you can attempt calling in to the meeting using the call-in information we've posted in the chat. Chair, we can attempt Mike Marquez. We've also unmuted him on our end.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Thank you for your time today. My wife and I took everything we had, bought a condo in Maui a few years ago. I'll state that we are in opposition of the bill. We bought this place because we love Maui. We are very conscientious owners. We have a binder in our condo that is filled with recommendations for things to do, see, and places to eat. In it, we promote only local businesses and local tour guides and local drivers. We promote local restaurants. We recommend many activities, encourage guests to support local. We only employ locals to care for our home in between housekeepers and maintenance. If this bill goes through, she will lose her business and have no way to support her family. Our housekeeper has chosen not to testify as she is scared of repercussions. I feel there's more exploration needed for better resolutions to the issues at hand. For example, with thousands of properties currently on the market, what if the county was to help purchase those at fair market value? I feel the real winner in this is not the local residents, but the hotels that support this bill. By eliminating a good majority of their competition, they will be able to raise their prices, resulting in more money in their pockets, which many of the hotels are based on the mainland, which will where the money will go. Our actual cost for the condo is slightly over $5,000 a month. And yes, I'm not to say what's affordable and not affordable for everybody involved, but we've had an over 25% increase in our cost to own since the fires, which I understand with insurance, special assessments, things like that. Then also the surprise costs of, water heaters going out and things like that. For us to rent long-term, we would have to come where some close to that, which I don't feel, especially from the testimonies before, would be anywhere near affordable of what everybody's saying. But the question I have is, what will the families of the locals that we employ be able to afford after losing their businesses that they work so hard for? If this bill does go through, we will not consider long-term renting or selling our home. We purchase our condo first and foremost for our family. If we rent long-term, we would not be able to use it ourselves, and that is our primary purpose. After the fires, we personally donated a significant amount of money in addition to loads of donations, including diapers, formula, baby formula, anything we could to really help. We also actively donate in Maui Humane Society and occasional other charities. This bill will do nothing for the county or affordable housing other than deprive STR tax funds and tourism spending and potential costs and litigation in the future. the big thing I worry about is the implications of what this really does. And I worry and question how many people are going to actually sell their properties if this does go into effect, and how many homes it's going to provide.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez. I think Member Paulton has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Marquez, for your testimony. I just wanted to clarify, like when you were saying you promote local restaurants and local,
yes,
and you only use local housekeepers, is there an option to get off-island housekeepers?
No, so that is a good question. What I mean by that is the only people that we try to employ are people that are locals that live on the island, that have businesses there, not big companies. Like, we don't use big management companies for any of the stuff like that that goes to big corporations. We use only people that are running their own personal businesses.
And so then do you provide them with healthcare and things like that?
No, we do not, but we pay a rate that they request.
Okay, got it. Thank you for that clarification.
Any other, Member Tom Cook has a question for you, Ms. Marquez.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. My clarifying question, are the people that work, are some of the people that work for you, or do you understand, are they self-employed, small businesses?
They are, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, members? Seeing none. Thank you so much, Mr. Marquez. Staff?
Thank you.
Chair, we'd like to go to the person calling in with the last four digits, 9527, to see if that is either Pat Borge or Alan Lloyd rejoining.
If you can hear me, my name is Alan Lloyd.
We can hear you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Aloha, my name is Alan Lloyd. I'm a Wailuku resident and a representative of the Maui Tenants and Workers Association. I've taken a member poll of our members, and the majority of the Tenants Association supports Bill 9. We do have a caveat. We do support Bill 9, but the caveat is we're concerned that it will not control rents, which are still unaffordable to those with moderate and low income. For example, I just looked on Zillow, and at Sunset Terrace in West Maui, a one-bedroom is $2,300 a month. So we ask after your decision on Bill 9 that this body consider legislation on rent stabilization. Now, the mayor hypothesizes that if the county adds more rentals to the housing stock, assuming that the Minatoya owners will rent, that will bring rents down to affordable levels. As I have presented and the association has presented to this council before, research on this issue does not validate that hypothesis. Research shows that adding rental supply does bring rents down, but not enough for the moderate and low income to afford. An urban displacement project study by UC Berkeley and UCLA studied the theory that just building more housing will eventually create more affordable rental units, and found there is no evidence to support this claim. Again, we support the passage of Bill 9. Mahalo for your time.
Members, questions from our testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Ellen?
Chair, the next testifier is Davali Kahealani Naiole, to be followed by James Harbour and Kelsey Ma. Chair, seeing no response, the next testifier would be Eli Mapa, or Eli, sorry, Mapa, to be followed by Rick Vivon, and I believe he's on and we need to enable him, to be followed by Kylie Adulo. Rick, can you unmute yourself and go ahead, please? Microphone icon at the top of the screen on the right.
Chair, Mr. Vivon might be having that same error where the microphone is disabled, even though we've enabled it. So, Mr. Vivon, you might need to leave the meeting and rejoin real quickly, or alternatively, you can call in. Chair, we do see Kelsey Ma at the podium. Perhaps we can call her.
Okay. Go ahead.
Aloha County Council. My name is Kelsey Ma. I am here to stand with my community and testify in strong support of Bill 9. I was born and raised here, graduated from Maui High a few years after the legendary Matt Ryolski, and currently live in Pukelani with my husband and our 2 children. My children inspire me to be actively engaged in creating the more just and equitable world I wish to pass on to them and their peers, which is one reason why I am here today. The passage of this bill will affect all of us, but definitely some more than others. Over the last couple of weeks, I have heard opposition to this bill repeating the same arguments over and over, so before I share a little bit about myself and why this is important to me, I would like to reiterate key points from the mayor's report and public testimony that I feel should guide this decision. First of all, construction is not a viable solution. Building 2,275 new resident homes in West Maui would take 73 years, and building 3,694 new resident homes in South Maui would take 208 years at current construction rates. Second, 94% of lost lodging revenue will be lost by non-resident owners, money that was never going to circulate and help our local economy anyways. Third, the water used by the 6,000 TVRs proposed to be phased out is enough to support 6,000 resident homes and an additional 3,600 to 7,200 new resident homes. Fourth, with the phase-out, condo prices on Maui are expected to decrease by 25% by 2027, making the units attainable to 49% of Maui households. And lastly, in regards to suitability of these units, several unhoused community members stated that they would rather be housed in these condos than in their cars. Many other community members, including Kanaka Maoli, mentioned that they would rather live in these units than be forced to move away. I also think it is important for all of us to remember that people existed here for hundreds of years without short-term rentals. If you are a millennial like me or older, this includes part of your lifetime. We will be okay without them. I am confident that our creative and resilient community will find a way to thrive as we transition to an economy that prioritizes meeting people's basic need for housing over profits and greed. Anyways, with the little time I have left, this is important to me because I left Maui to go to college and study economics nearly 15 years ago and finally saved up enough to come home in June of 2023, just before the fires. We were and are still so lucky to be here, but the Maui my family came home to is vastly different from the one I grew up in. So many of my family members, friends, and classmates are no longer here, not because they don't want to be, but because they cannot afford to be. Something needs to change, and it needs to change now. Passing Bill 9 is our best, most realistic course of action. It is what is best for the collective. Please pass Bill 9 to ensure that the people of Maui have access to housing. Mahalo.
Members, questions? Member Paulton has a question.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mapa. The part where you said millennials remember before short-term rentals were like the normal thing.
Yeah.
Just clarifying that you meant like through Airbnb or online bookings and things like that.
Yeah.
I guess they used to have it like before the internet, but it wasn't like how it is now.
Yeah, I think growing up, I remember there were like some families that I knew that would have like their own little Airbnbs at their or B&Bs at their homes, but they lived in those homes and they're renting out like a room or something, and it wasn't like out of control like how it is right now.
Like kind of faceless through the online platform kind of thing. Like you had a relationship with your travel agent or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, members? Seeing none. Thank you so much, Kelsey.
Thank you. You guys gonna go next.
Wish us luck.
Chair, proceeding with Eli Mapa to be followed by, I believe the person online as Kahea might be Devali Kahealani Naiole, and then Rick Vivon.
Okay, ready? Go ahead.
Aloha, my name is Eli. I'm from Pukelani. I support Bill 9. People deserve to have a home. I'm sad when I see people don't have a home. Oh my God. Kids say, but grown-ups seem to forget.
Please remember and fix this before I go.
And please remember and fix this before I grow up.
Thank you.
Mahalo, Fifi Palestine.
Aye. Goodbye. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Staff.
Chair, let's go to Kahea, who is online. And please let us know if that is Devali Kahealani Naiole.
Devali
Aloha,
Kahealani Naiole. Proceed.
Okay. Aloha mai kako. My name is Devali Kahealani Naiole, and I'm testifying today to express strong support for Bill 9. I support this bill because my mom taught me to stand up for what's right. She raised me to use my voice with purpose and to recognize that as a Native Hawaiian, I carry a kuleana to stand with and advocate for my people. So while Bill 9 isn't perfect, it's the strongest tool we have right now to confront the housing crisis with the urgency that it demands. It draws a much-needed line that housing on Maui should serve Kanaka Hawaii and multi-generational local residents first. Not visitors, not speculators, not part-time residents, and not those who prioritize protecting their investment over the needs of our local communities. This claim about division in our community missed the point. Our community is already divided. Our community is divided by wealth, by privilege, by an interpretation that has favored visitors over residents for decades. You heard hours of testimony about how we might lose with Bill 9. Well, let me be clear. If you don't support this bill, we will absolutely lose something. We will lose more families. We will lose more of our future. And that's not hypothetical. That's happening right now. And in this moment of crisis, how can we justify allowing apartment buildings to function as hotels? How can we not act when thousands of units are used for tourism while our local families live in cars on the beaches and in overcrowded homes? So no doubt someone is going to bear the economic burden for the decision this council makes on this bill. But too often, generation after generation, the brunt of that burden has fallen on Native Hawaiians and local families. Opposing Bill 9 preserves the status quo, and the status quo is not working. So if you are considering opposing this bill, before you vote, I ask you to consider two questions, council members. One, why do our most vulnerable families end up carrying the heaviest load every time a policy changes? Why do we keep asking locals and Native Hawaiians to shoulder the cost of every possible downside? It's time for you, folks, to shift the weight off of our families. And I'm not ashamed to say that I expect you to put Kanaka and multi-generational local families first, and that I expect us to be prioritized over profits, and that I expect housing for our people to become first before accommodations for our visitors. So please keep those connected to this aina top of mind as you make this decision. Let's be honest, no one piece of legislation is going to solve everything, but I think this bill is in the step in the right direction.
Your time is up, Kahea. So members, any questions for our testifier? Member Rollins Fernandez has a question.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Ms. Naiole. Mahalo for your testimony. What was that last line you said? Sorry, we couldn't hear.
I was just saying what I had before. This legislation is not going to solve everything, but the bill is a step in the right direction. And I just wanted to urge this council to support it, not because it's perfect, because at least it'll demonstrate to our community that you folks believe in putting us first.
Mahalo
And somebody needs to start doing that.
Mahalo for your testimony. Mahalo, Chair.
Members, any other questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you.
Mahalo.
Chair will try to return to Rick Vivon online, and then Kylie Adulo, and to be followed by Pamela Tumpap.
Mr. Vivon? Yes. Proceed.
Mr. Vivon, you're unmuted on our end still. You might still be having that issue where you can't unmute on your end. At this stage, we recommend that you call in. We'll be on the lookout for your phone number. We've posted the call-in information in the chat.
Chair, the next testifier is Kylie Adulo, to be followed by Pamela Tumpap. Chair.
Yes. Go ahead.
I believe we still need to unmute Pamela Tumpap. Just a minute. She's unmuted on our end, Chair.
Ms. Tumpap, you might be having that same error where your microphone, we've enabled it on our end, but it's still not enabled for you. So at this time, you could try leaving the meeting and rejoining quickly, or you could try calling in.
Chair, the next testifiers are Brian Paris, to be followed by Susie Pu, and then Chloe.
Okay. While we're waiting for them, I just want to check in with Chair Lee. Chair Lee, can you tell us where you are and if there's anyone in the room with you?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I am in my office. I came down here because I started coughing again. So I'll be here, and there's no one here in my office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, seeing no response from those we've just called. There is a Chloe on the line with slightly different spelling. Oh, wait, I see Rick Vivon.
Hello?
Mr. Vivon,
Yes.
we can hear you.
Can you see me?
Unfortunately, we can't see you at this time, but we can hear
okay.
you. So if you'd like, you can still proceed with your testimony.
Actually, I think it's coming up. Good morning. My name is Rick Vivon, and I'm a Kihei resident, and I strongly oppose the short-term rental bill. Actually, this is the third time I've tried to get on, as well as probably the fourth time today, because I keep getting kicked off, but that's another situation. Okay, first of all, I own a unit, the Milawai condominiums, located in Ma'alaya. This condominium is on the Minnetonka list. When it was built, it was meant to be used as a vacation rental. This property is listed as a condo hotel for property tax purposes. Not a lot of the other buildings are listed that way. I've seen that on my property tax bill. My property is not designed for long-term rental use. It'd be very hard to rent or even buy it. Listen to these reasons carefully. If a local resident wanted to buy my unit, they can't get a loan. It must be a cash-only transaction. How many residents, including myself, have $600,000 available? This building is on a land lease and only has 12 years left on the lease. Therefore, no banks will finance a loan. I have checked. I had to buy this with my own money. You can't even get a home equity loan on this property. So no one's going to be able to buy it because I don't think very few, well, mainlanders, of course. Okay, there's way too many rules to live in this condominium and be happy due to the HOA rules. No smoking anywhere on the property, outside or anywhere on the property. No visitors after 10 p.m. No pets, no cats, no birds of any kind can be on the property. No surfboards, no stand-up boards, no kayaks, no canoes can be stored anywhere on the property. No moped storage, which I have, anywhere on the property. You only get one parking spot, and my unit has less than 500 square feet. No children allowed in the pool without an adult, and no swimming after 9 p.m. There's very strict rules. Only one small closet with each unit inside the unit. Apartments are not handicap accessible. There's no bicycle storage, no large plants in the lanai, and 95% of the building is one bedroom with a very small living room. It's way too expensive to rent here. My unit, a one-bedroom condo, has a very large HOA fee. It's $2,500 a month. My insurance is $3,000 a year. My property tax is $4,000 because I don't live in it. Plus, I have utilities, cable bills. In order to make payments and break even, I would have to charge $4,000 rent. This is an ocean view right on the beach condominium. Across the United States, any property that has ocean view on the beach is usually out of reach for local residents to have common jobs such as nursing, police, office contractors, et cetera, et cetera. Those types of places, locations in real estate, are never affordable common citizens in any city unless you're rich. What local would ever want to spend that kind of money and live in those type of restricted conditions? If that bill goes through, I won't be able to rent my property local. It's too expensive. For me, it's too small, too expensive, too restricted for me to live in it. I would have to sell it. No local's going to buy it. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Vivon. Members' questions? Member Sugimura, and then Member Paulton, is your way, or is that?
Yeah, no question,
Okay,
sorry.
okay. Member Sugimura.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And what was the name of your property?
The Milawai.
I'm sorry, what?
The Milawai and Ma'alaya.
Mililani. Okay, thank you.
No, not Mililani, Milawai.
Milawai. Okay, thank you.
Milawai. And it's a leasehold. You can't get a loan on it.
Thank you.
Member Hutchins?
Thank you, Chair. Miliwai? What is it? Can you spell that?
Milawai. I'll spell it. Milowai.
Milowai. Okay, thank you. And so there's 12 years left on your leasehold. Is that what you said?
Yes, and therefore banks will not finance it. I tried hard. I wanted to buy another unit because I wanted to live there, but I could not afford. Obviously, I couldn't get a loan, so I wanted to even use the home equity in my loan, and I couldn't even use that to purchase another property to live in it.
So it was only cash. There's no mortgages. So, okay.
No.
And
well, not for me.
the record,
yes,
thank you. I heard what you have to say. For the record, my whole family grew up next to the ocean, so you might want to check what locals you know that live next to the ocean. But I appreciate your thoughts. Thank you.
Okay.
Member Cook?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Vivon, what happens, like when you bought your property, when you own it, what happens when the leasehold is power finished?
Well, actually, if a leasehold is not renewed, and if the owners want to remove or not renew, they can actually have our property removed. They'll tear down the building and they can keep the land.
Okay, thank you.
It's been renewed like two or three times.
So much,
but
staff?
Chair, we'd like to return to Pat Borge if possible.
Chair, we've enabled Mr. Borge on our end. They might be having that issue where that bug where their microphone can't be unmuted on their end. At this stage, we'd recommend you could try and leave and rejoin real quickly, or you can try calling in, Mr. Borge.
Chair, we understand that Kylie Adulo is in the chamber, and then to be followed by Pamela Tumpap.
Go ahead, Kylie.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kylie Adulo, and I support Bill 9. I wear different hats in the community, but today I am a mother of 2 and a lifetime renter. A lifetime renter. Becoming a lifetime renter was never my plan. Never in my entire life have I thought that my hopes and dreams of owning and living in a home in my native birthplace would be unreachable. And that I would need to accept that my dream and my parents' dream of me owning a home would never come true. Never. But now I'm helping my children chase their dream for themselves. The presentation that was given by Mayor Bisson's administration so vividly depicted the true stories of the lives of our island people. I'm working so that my grandchildren have the possibility of having a home with grass to play on, trees to climb up on, animals to raise, and land to farm. Not an apartment, and this has nothing to do with those who choose to be in an apartment. But this is what I want for my children. Our native island people should not be imprisoned by apartment buildings because that's the only choice we are given. Our native island people need land, need to touch ground, need to be close to the ocean. These things, my hopes and my dreams, my options, were bought from outside settlers, developers, and business owners over a lifetime of renting. And I give you numbers. You gotta hear these numbers. I have given nearly $500,000 to my landlords to pay for their mortgage, to build their credit, and then take the profit they made off of me and take another home off of the market and raise my rent again to pay for it. While I take on 2 part-time jobs, which I just came from, on top of my own profession, and struggle to save money for a home and contemplate homelessness as a way to save. And homelessness actually became a reality for me as a professional. In another 10 years, when I could possibly retire, I would be paying $730,000 in rent. By now, in 10 years, I would have owned my own home.
Thank you,
Please
Kylie.
support Bill 9. Thank you.
If the members have questions. Members,
Thank you.
questions for Mrs. Adolfo? Seeing none, thank you so very much.
Okay, thanks.
Staff?
Chair, we can try to return to Pat Borge if they're the one calling in on the last 4 digits, 2320, to be followed by Pamela Tumpap. Ms. Tumpap, is that you on 2320? *6 to unmute, please.
Aloha, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Proceed.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Good morning. I'm Pamela Tumpap, president of the Maui Chamber of Commerce. I'm registered as a paid lobbyist for the Chamber of Commerce specifically, for the Maui Chamber of Commerce specifically, and I'm not an attorney. I know we all agree that Maui faces a severe housing crisis for our local families. And sadly, I wish we didn't have to be here because we've long had other options. The Chamber has championed affordable and attainable housing and rentals for residents, including the houseless, those struggling post-wildfires, local workers, and business owners, for children and grandchildren who would like to return home for decades. We face the same issues: permitting delays, lack of house building, which we could have done when interest rates were much lower, land, infrastructure, water, wastewater, and more, including, how high we go on buildings, where many said we didn't want to go into multi-stories, but clearly we do and need to today. Sadly, our problems are bigger than this bill. And, our focus really needs to be on fixing these long-term problems. Because as we're creating new bills, the existing problems still remain and will hamper us moving forward. And not to mention rising construction rates that are a huge problem these days, and then tariffs, which are going to cause bigger issues as well. So we understand why people feel this is a good solution, because you're talking about already built housing solutions. But there are many solutions we've looked at that have created unintended consequences. We fought for urgent housing solutions back in 2017 and 2019 with 2 housing forums. We offered FEMA locally developed housing solutions, but unfortunately they chose others after the wildfires. Today, as a result of their efforts, rental prices remain high as a result, and housing that could have been built with the money spent on rentals now has been lost. And, in 2019, we indicated at our housing forum that valuations were going up significantly, which would negatively impact our owners. I'm just going to say that we have many concerns about this bill. We have fought for things and fought for solutions. There are many other options that we would like to explore. We have some ideas, all of which I'm not going to get to cover in this minute. But just to say that we want to make sure that what we do, it doesn't create unintended consequences, and we feel there are many options that haven't yet been addressed that could be explored, and data that's needed as we move forward with exploring this bill. So I just wanted to share that, and therefore we cannot support it at this time, but we'd like to work with you on other options.
Members, any questions for our testifier? Member Paulton has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Tumpap, for your testimony. It sounded like full support of Pulelehua.
Hey.
Well, we have supported that project. There have been some issues with actually asking for increased funding for water. So we had some concerns about that, but we are still open to that. But we do need all options.
So
and
that's
over the
like
past
a
decade,
maybe?
many building solutions.
Was that a maybe? Or?
I would say yes, it's a maybe at this time. Well, we supported the first plan. It's the question of additional funding.
Yeah.
Okay, because working with the mayor on something, so counting on your support. Thanks.
Any other
Thanks, I look forward
questions,
to learning
members?
more.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tumpap.
Thank you.
Chair, if we could return to Lauren Paliko, she is on Teams.
Okay.
To be followed by Pat Borge if they're there, and then Spencer Headley.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Aloha, Chair Kama, Vice Chair Uuhajins, committee and council members. My name is Lauren Palikiko. I'm born and raised in Lahaina and a realtor here on Maui. We all know and agree that Maui lacks housing for our residents. The biggest truth that is not being understood by many is we have been depleting our most precious finite resource, water. While being a worker in the tourism industry for many years, I have witnessed and learned about the massive use of water to clean just one unit, to launder all the bedding, the towels, to fill the tubs, sinks and dishwashers, the pools and landscaping water usage on top of that. If you have read any articles or attended any SeaWorm meetings, you know our aquifer on Maui is being depleted. This is our drinking water. You cannot see the source, so people don't understand it. The most obvious water issue you can see is our rivers getting lower and drying up. All of these factors have led to our land drying up and massive wildfires igniting every time there's wind and one spark. Some like to toss out there that we need to develop, but we can't frivolously develop. Pulelehua, which I have personally been on the waitlist since 2004, over 20 years, is ready to develop and cannot start because there's not enough water. I would like to suggest the Land Use Committee Huey up with the Commission of Water Resource Management to learn how dire our water situation on Maui is. There should be a partnership between you two to avoid a back and forth, making actual development productive, possible, and advantageous to our community. It is unfortunate to see the division between opposing sides of this bill. I stand with my community, knowing housing is a great contributing factor to our people's health, dignity, and ability to better ourselves. This is the reason I got my license and pursued real estate, to assist and enable our people to buy and own their own home here, at home on Maui. Although I do not think every property on the Minatoia list should be banned from short-term rentals, they should be well scrutinized, and those that are truly best fit for STR should be rezoned to hotel. I lived at the Spinnaker for years when I was a child, before STRs ever started in there. I also lived in Polynesian Shores when there were quite a few long-term residents and owner-occupants there. The argument that all of these properties are unfit for long-term is simply not true. To make these properties more affordable for long-term rental, I suggest eliminating the pools, which may eventually cause more water to be available for development, and allowing owner-occupants to care for their grounds and maintenance. This should lower HOA maintenance substantially. The reason I got into my profession is to serve my community and be beneficial to them, not detrimental. I hope this is true for all of you as well as council members. Mahalo for your time and considering our voices.
Members, questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much, Ms. Paliko. Staff?
Thank you.
Chair, there may be a couple of other individuals in the chamber, James Van Blerigan and Peter Diakino.
Okay. Peter's here.
To be followed by Spencer Headley.
Okay, move over here. Aloha.
Aloha.
Yes, my name is James Van Blerigan. I started out living in Maui in a condo, which was in a short-term rental facility, and I lived there for 10 years. And then, this is in South Maui, of course, and then I moved to a regular single-family home. Still have the condo there and have been renting it out in short-term rental. So the bill, number 9, as many people said, does not seem to solve the problem because, I mean, affordability is a big issue. And a lot of these people who you want to have rent there, they're not going to be able to afford the rents, even as the mayor's committee put out a figure of like $4,500 a month. How many people can afford that? So let's say this bill passes, you can't get anybody to rent your unit. They'll have to be sold. Who's going to buy? It's going to be mainland buyers who are going to come in because they have the cash. And it seems like it's something you don't want to have happen. Is you're not in favor of mainland buyers coming in and buying up more property. And that's what's going to happen. I'd like to see the county make improvements in the area of issuing permits, getting things done. They say, well, we can't build, it'll take forever. It shouldn't. If they could streamline the process more. I'm familiar with the one project which was a homeless shelter, and a contractor I know has got the contract for it. He's been waiting 2.5 years for the permit, still doesn't have it. Now, you would think the county would be in favor of a homeless shelter addition, right? It's not happening. So, I mean, it indicates there are problems there. And there are also problems, of course, as we've seen with the zoning that was done. It was very haphazard zoning. It was like hopscotching down the coastline. Like you have a hotel apartment, hotel apartment, hotel apartment. And some of it just doesn't make sense because these are all like very similar units, all designed for short-term vacation rental. And I know even the mayor has said, well, you know, these complexes should probably apply for rezoning. And maybe they would get it. You know, it's a good chance, but that could take like 3 years or something like that for it to happen. Again, I would like to see the county kind of take the initiative and move forward in that and help for the rezoning to be corrected. Minatoya came up with a list to kind of help the correction that he saw, which was a problem. And so if we could do that, of course, this wouldn't solve that problem, but the ultimate problem of finding housing, and housing is an issue, and it is a problem. I think the county really needs to look in a different direction, try to get more housing built, not be prohibitive in issuing permits and moving ahead in that way. I think that's about it.
Members? Member Colton has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sorry, I didn't catch your last name.
Van Blerigan.
Van Blerigan.
Yes.
I had a few clarifications. So you're saying you moved here 10 years ago and you lived in a short-term rental, but then you bought a house and then you rented the short-term rental out short-term.
Yeah, I've been here 23 years.
Oh, 23 years. Okay. And then you said something about some are zoned hotel and some are zoned apartment, and you think it's haphazardly. I was wondering if you went through all of the properties and seen like which one had a front desk lobby, which one had mailboxes, which one had shopping carts in the hallway, or what? Did you inventory all of those that you thought were haphazard and said like which ones have front desk lobby, which ones have, you know, no parking?
I did look down that list, and I was very interested when they first came out with the list to look at all the properties, and the majority of them were all designed with the front desk and all that. And the one I used to live in actually does have a 24-hour front desk. It's operated as a hotel, but it's zoned as a
notes on that you could send to the? Do you have notes on that you can send to the committee, like which ones do have and which ones do not?
Oh, I could get that. Yeah.
You can get it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm saying that it is kind of, if you look at that, and then of course, Liar, the whole stretch of buildings down there,
Any
they're
other
all
questions for my
apartment.
testifier? Seeing not, thank you, sir.
All done?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair, we believe that Pat Borsch might be calling in on the phone number with the last four digits, 6040. If you could go return to him, and then, Peter Diakino, and then Spencer Headley. Thank you. Mr. Borsch, it's *6 to unmute the phone.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Okay. I don't know if to say good morning or good afternoon. I've been trying to get on all day, but anyway.
We're grateful you're here.
It's Monday. It's Monday. I understand it's Monday. Everybody moves a little slower. But I support. My name is Pat Borge. I grew up in Punane, and I watched Maui, how Maui developers destroyed this island, took all our beaches for the tourists from all the way to McKenna. What's that? But Bill 9, hello, you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I support Bill 9, but the problem with Bill 9, eventually it's going to end up in the courts. I mean, no matter which way you guys vote, but I'm going to be watching the voting because a couple of you council members, when the 670 came up, and the guy was going to build several hundred affordable housing, and then 5 of you said, nah, you guys can only build half. No worry about the other half. And then they're going to build luxury homes, more luxury homes. How many of those luxury homes going to be short-term rentals and this and that? And about this zoning, this way back in the 80s when I fought about B&Bs and short-term rentals coming into our neighborhoods. And one council member said, by doing this, we're creating genocide on our own people, and that's what happened, and that's why we're here today. It's sad that something happened a disaster like in Lahaina to bring this to forefront. But it's all the people of Maui, the Kama'ainas, not just one group of people. It's everybody that's living with their parents. And, you know, I'd like to see a survey of how many construction workers still live with their parents, even though we have all this construction going on. You know, so if I was you people, the people of Maui, you guys got to vote. You got to vote to the people who take care of this island. Because you know why? Because the developers and the realtors, they all control our government here on Maui. You guys got to wake up. You guys want this future for the kids of Maui. You got to vote the people that's going to take care of us. And that's it. You know what I mean? Vote, vote, vote. Get out there. It's an island-wide vote. You don't need just to be in Lahaina and vote Lahaina. You vote all. And you watch how they vote. You watch how they vote. If they're not voting for you, get them out. 2 years, that's your limit. If they're not voting for you, taking care of you, get out. Anyway, God bless all of you. Aloha, and have a good day.
Members, any questions for a testifier?
Oh, excuse me. I got one more thing. You know that little bell that rings? Is there a guy on a bike going around the chambers ringing that bell every time he makes a left turn? That's kind of a nuisance to me. I'm sure Amazon has the better bell on sale. Yeah. Have a good day.
Members in the galley, when you clap and you make remarks, it disrupts the meeting, and it's a violation of decorum. So I'm hoping that you folks won't do that, because we want to be able to get through this and get to the point where our members can actually discuss the merits of the bill and then vote. And it does take a lot of time when I have to pound the gavel to ask you folks to please control your emotions, control your happiness and your gaiety, and just let us get through this, please. Thank you. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Peter Diakino, and then we'd like to see if the person signed in as Susie is Susan Pu. Also calling Brian Paris, and then Spencer Headley. Thank you.
Reggie.
Please proceed.
Aloha, Council. First off, I want to mahalo you guys for listening to everybody and giving me another chance. It's the third day, so I understand everybody's put a lot of time. I missed the other two because I had to go to work, but I'm going to get right into it. We're talking about water and housing. There's other impacts that short-term rentals have on us as locals. I'm a Lawai'a, and I'm a coastal Lawai'a. I don't go on the boat. I'm all coast. So you have these properties and you have these guys renting. They think they know the rules. And they come up to me saying that I don't belong there because they're just coming for a few days. They don't know. And then now I got to argue with them while the fish run away. Okay? Also, all the limu is going. It's literally gone. Why? Because get grass. They water their grass. It goes into the ocean. Everything flows downhill, yeah? And then I catch my fish, I go to the store, try go shop at Safeway, see what get. No more nothing on the shelves. Why? Because these guys get short-term rentals, they go Safeway, they go Costco, they buy all our stuff instead of going to the restaurant where they should be going to support our economy. I'm a musician, and I'm playing songs about places that's not there anymore. Stuff that's not there. I don't like play songs about Hawaiians that's living in not a place. I also own a workforce house that I luckily got in right before COVID. And these plans that you guys are drawing up is like, yeah, gonna be workforce. There's a handful of us in there at Kahoma Village. That 90-day thing that you guys have on the workforce, and you can sell them on the market, you guys gotta get rid of that. Because those houses are there for us. And we're not in there. The HOA goes up because they like make nice landscaping. No, we need trees, fruit trees, stuff we can eat. But the water gonna help us. I get 2 young kids over there. Breaks my heart thinking that they're not going to be able to live here. Because I almost not can afford the HOA. I almost not can afford the water. And I watch all my friends moving away. We just had our friends' celebration of life yesterday. So awesome to see everybody. Everybody hurting, everybody showing aloha. That's who we are. Even though we're hurting, we're going to show aloha. And for all you short-term rental people, you guys got to think about us, because there's no Hawaii without Hawaiians. I think that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Giaquino. Members, any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so very much. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Susan Pu, to be followed by Spencer Headley and then Chloe. Susie, is that Susan Pu? You are unmuted on our end. There's a microphone icon in your upper right screen. You may have to rejoin the meeting or call in on the phone number with the meeting code in the chat. Chair, the next testifier is Spencer Headley, to be followed by Chloe while we wait for Susie to rejoin.
Is he here? I don't see him.
Hello, my name is
there he is.
Spencer Headley. I'm in, can you hear
Go
me?
ahead, Mrs. Headley.
Okay. I'm in strong support of Bill 9. I'm testifying for myself. Yep, it's been difficult watching our community be fragmented off over the past couple of years, especially the last 22 months since the fire. And then before that, COVID, and then before that, there was even a housing crisis too, still. So it's just gotten escalating. It's escalated more so as the years have gone on, and with the fire, it's with Bill 9, it's if not now, when. I got into, I'm 11 years, I moved out here back in 2014. I've been out here 11 years, transplant. I went into public health to try to help serve the community. And I think that one thing that, just to echo some of the other testifiers' sentiments, is that we have a responsibility, not as Kanaka and not as natives or multi-generational locals, Native Hawaiians or multi-generational locals, to try to serve the community as best we can and not to take away, and to only take what you need and to always give more than you take. And I think that when you're looking at public health, one of the founding tenets of, they call it the social determinants of health, is that your zip code is as important as your genetic code as to health. And so I, just looking through that frame of mind, it's the same thing that other people have been saying better than I have so far about, you can't separate Hawaiians from the land. You can't separate locals from the land. It's not sustainable for anything. And it's like pulling up the roots of a tree, and they are the roots. You can't replant that. And I say that with a large degree of hypocrisy. I moved out here, and I've been working 2 jobs to pay the rent. Granted, we have amazing landlords and everything, but I'm not in the same situation as a lot of people are who have lived out here for generations. And yeah, even my parents, they own a property that's on the Manitoy list, and it comes down to what is a want and what is a need. And if the investors, they're losing a want in a lot of ways, whereas if this bill doesn't pass, it is a continual loss of a need of the local community. And so it's time to have a win because there's been a lot of taking.
Thank you, Mr. Headley.
Thank you very much.
Members, any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mr. Headley. Let's go back to Ms. Pu.
Ms. Pu, if you could press *6 to unmute yourself on the phone.
Yeah.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Aloha, Chair Kama and County Council members. My name is Susie Pu, and I'm the General Manager for Hana Kai Maui. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today. I'm a lifelong resident of Hana and a member of the local Hana community. Hana is unique, geographically, culturally, and economically. We ask that you consider the distinct nature of Hana and exempt the Hana Community Plan area from this legislation. Our goal is to continue to operate in a way that supports our employees, community, and visitors while honoring the unique character and needs of Hana. Hana is a tiny, remote community with very limited employment opportunities and a small number of businesses. Hana Kai Maui provides year-round employment for 10 to 15 local Hana residents with competitive wages and benefits, including medical, dental, paid vacation, annual bonus, etc. And we've done so for 50 years. We strive to give back to our community through free accommodations for local events, silent auctions, charitable donations, and annual scholarships. When Hana has large community events, we are the more affordable and often preferred option for Maui locals. It's also important to recognize the unique challenges of the property. We're the only property in East Maui with a wastewater treatment plant. The current loan repayment and operating costs for this system exceed $10,000 per month, and the current system would not support housing for families without major upgrades. Other challenges include limited parking, aging infrastructure, limited electric, and extremely high maintenance fees, averaging over $2,000 a month for a one-bedroom unit due to the age of our buildings, our remote location, and corrosive oceanfront environment. Without subsidies, Hana Kai cannot offer affordable housing. In recent years, many single-family homes right in our neighborhood that once housed local families have transitioned to short-term rentals. While we understand how this shift came about, placing families in units designed for visitors and visitors in homes meant for residents does not serve the best interest of the community. Affordable housing options like the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's proposed development of more than 75 residential lots in Hana seems like a more effective path for addressing Hana's housing needs. Should this legislation pass, we ask that the Hana Community Plan area be exempt and that the Hana community itself be consulted in the outcome for Hana Kai Maui. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, any questions for our testifier? Member Paulton has a question for you.
Yes.
Thank you. Did you mention the Hana habitat or no?
No.
Okay, never mind. Thank you.
Well, I mentioned that the Department of Hawaiian Homelands is coming on with development in Hana that will have over 75 lots, residential lots.
Oh, okay. Hana DHHL, thank you. Over 75 residential lots. Do you know the time frame of that?
No, I do not. There was a very recent email that came out to the entire community announcing this development.
Thank you. And nothing came out about the Hana Habitat project.
Well, that is also, that's also going through. The Habitat for Humanity project, yes.
Okay, thank you.
They are separate.
Member Nancy, did you have something to contribute?
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarification for Ms. Pu, that I believe Hanakai would be the only building in Hana on the Minatoya list. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and then to Member Polton's question, we're still working on the Habitat for Humanity project with Director Mitchell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sinancy. Chair Lee. We can't hear you, Chair.
How about now?
Oh, we can hear you now.
Okay. Ms. Pu, did the HANA Advisory Committee review this proposal from the mayor? Do you know?
No, they have not. We did request that when the legislation was before the department, the Planning Commission, but they made a recommendation to the council, county council, without allowing that.
Did they give you a reason why?
No. No, we weren't given a reason why. We had just requested that through testimony, et cetera, and, you know, we weren't really contacted, honestly.
Okay.
Not directly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Any other questions, members? Okay. It is 11:57. It's about that time for our lunch. So we're going to take a lunch recess from 11:57 till 1:30, and HLU is now in recess. May the recessed HLU committee meeting of June 9, 2025 come back to order. It is now 1:31 p.m. And staff, please call the next testifier, please.
Chair, the next testifier is Chloe, to be followed by Jackie Niole, and then Kanani Higgby. Chloe, you have been. Chloe, you're unmuted on our side. If you're having trouble unmuting, we suggest you call into the number in the chat. Chair, we could go on to Jackie Niole. Oh,
she's here.
To be followed by Kanani Higgby.
You may proceed.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Jackie Niole, and I was born and raised on Maui. You know, I had this whole thing written out and I've revised it a million times and practiced a million times, but I think I'm just gonna scrap it. I am one of the very few Kanaka Maoli who actually are lucky enough to own where I live. I actually signed the papers for my condo like 10 days before the fire. And so I have no sense of pride in this huge lifetime achievement of mine. When I was 9, my parents finished our house in Waihulikula, and we moved. And for 6 months, my mom drove my sister and I from Kula to Waihe'e Elementary School, where we were still enrolled, every morning. Since then, we have lived in that house. And since then, my parents have worked endlessly and tirelessly to keep that roof over our heads. And today, I own my own home. And that is by nothing but chance, I promise you. But I also know that if there's ever a moment in time where I couldn't make that mortgage payment, or I couldn't pay the electric, and I couldn't keep that roof over my head, that I would have some place to go. That is the reality of me, and not the reality of almost everybody else in this community. I have a huge family, born and raised here, spread all over the place. There's gotta be about 200 of us by now, honestly. I can probably give you about 5 people who own a home in my family. Maybe 10, maybe, but I doubt it. To listen to all of the people who have testified in opposition of this bill on the basis of retirement homes and second homes, when this community is fighting for people who have no home, has lit a fire in me and many like me. I'm asking you to please make my reality the reality of more people here, because I should not be in the few. Those with no home should be in the few. Those who are wondering where their next roof is going to come from or where their next meal is going to come from, they should be the few. Mahalo.
Thank you. Jackie, Member Paulson has a question for you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Niole. There's tissues to your right if you need, but I was wondering if you wouldn't mind if you would also submit the written stuff, since you work so hard on it. I'd love to read it.
Sure.
Members, any other questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so very much.
Mahalo.
Chair, the next testifier is Kanani Higgby, to be followed by Eli Nelson, and then Mahealani Bright Willem.
Proceed.
Aloha, o Kanani Higgby ko'oinoa. I'm Kanani Higgby, and I'm a Maui Oiwi. I'm also a direct lineal descendant of Polanui Valley in Lahaina, as well as several other valleys here on Maui. And I'm also a Lahaina fire disaster survivor. All my family, we're all homeless. I'm also on the list of Hawaiian homes, and I'm a descendant of a lot of Kuleana lands. But the reason why I'm here today is to ask for your support to vote yes on Bill 9. And the reason why is because I don't believe the owners of the short-term rentals, it's not in it for them to want the community to thrive. I think they view us as cheap labor so that they can keep acquiring more and more because they'll never be satisfied. And they just don't put much into the community. If they have the kuleana of owning so much and they claim that there's so much taxes that help us, then why is it that my grandparents died on the list of Hawaiian homes? My mom's still on the list after 40 years. I'm on the list after 20 years. There's 29,000 Hawaiians on the list. In 5 to 10 years, half that list will die on the list because half of that list are senior citizens. They've been waiting their whole life. And doesn't matter you appropriate $600 million here, there. It's not enough to clear the list in time. So what benefit do us Hawaiians have for allowing people not from here to do business here if we don't get to reap any of the benefits? I don't want to be a slave in my own lands. When I raised my 2 children, there were many times we were homeless. And it wasn't for lack of work, because I worked 2 full-time jobs. I sold short-term rentals, $6,000 a night. I made barely more than minimum wage. My children did child labor to help make ends meet. Why are Kanaka children having to work in order to survive out here when we're the direct lineal descendants of so much kuleana lands? When we're on the list of Hawaiian homes, it's a system that works against us and works for the short-term rental owners. So that's why I ask, please vote yes, pass this bill, and work on helping us Hawaiians, as well as other locals, to not be cheap labor and to be able to have a life here. We don't exist here, to be slaves to other people. That's not the reason for our existence.
Thank you. Members, questions from Ms. Higbee? Seeing none, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Staff?
Chair, we'd like to try to go back to Chloe and then Eli Nelson to be followed by Mahealani Bright Willem. Chair, it seems that Chloe's still having trouble joining. Okay. We suggest that she call in. Okay. The next testifier is Eli Nelson to be followed by Mahealani Bright.
Proceed.
Aloha kako.
Aloha.
My name is Eli Nelson, and I support Bill 9. I've heard a lot of arguments from both sides of this bill over the past few hearings, and I think the big difference here is that one side believes that houses are an investment opportunity, and one side believes that houses are for living in. We have to ask ourselves what mindset is better for Maui's economy. If this bill were to pass and housing costs were brought down even slightly, it would give people in the community cheaper housing and more disposable income. When average working people have more disposable income, they spend more on local businesses and increase the vitality of Maui. People treating housing as an investment, if they are allowed to continue in this, if this bill does not pass, they will use the extra money they make to buy more investment properties and further increase the scarcity of housing. Increasing the scarcity of housing is the way they make their living. It is their way of life. If our priority is the economic health of our community, we have to think about who makes up that community. How many individuals own short-term rentals on Maui or are dependent on short-term rentals for employment? And then how many people on Maui are struggling with high housing costs? I think we can all agree that the latter group is much larger, and the benefits from assisting them economically are far greater. If we abandon them, we will see our community hollowed out. If we force the short-term rental owners to face hardship, they might have to sell for a huge profit or become long-term rental landlords, or at worst, work a real job. As of right now, I'm currently working on becoming a teacher. I'm about to go to school for it in September. I'd very much like to come back and teach here on Maui and serve the next generation of local keiki. I won't be able to do so if the housing crisis continues on the island at this rate. I think we can all agree the problem is one of supply, and any way we can increase the availability of homes must be pursued, especially if that method of increasing availability moves homes from the hands of those searching for profit to those searching for a place to live. I ask that Maui County Council pass this bill and continue to put the needs of community first with more bills like this in the future, so that people like me can live on this island and serve the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much. Oh, Member Paulton, I'm sorry.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I just wanted to clarify, what were you planning to go into teaching for?
I want to teach high school. I'd love to teach social studies and choir, hopefully.
Okay, exciting. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Mahealani Bright Wilhelm, to be followed by Raul Goodness, and then Kay Kanaka.
My bad, sorry. Ooh, jitters. Okay. Aloha mai kākou. My name is Mahealani Bright Wilhelm. I'm here testifying on my own time and on my own behalf in strong support of Bill 9. I wasn't too sure if I should testify today, being that I wasn't raised on this island, but I wanted to share my mana'o and support those who've testified. I just turned 20 years old. I was raised on Moloka'i, and I moved to Maui about 2 years ago because I believed in something. I believed that I could build a future and that I could stay close to my people and close to the aina that raised me. But the truth is, I came here chasing hope. And hope is hard to hold. When everywhere you look, your people are disappearing. Sorry. I'm here as a kanaka wahine who has seen too much too young, who's watched the housing crisis become normal, and have been the one struggling. I'm also part of the generations that will live the longest with your decisions, and the choices you make in this chamber will echo through our lifetimes. We see what's happening. We see it every day. We're not naive, and we're not too young to understand. We see our families pushed out, our friends leaving the islands, our kupuna waiting on lists that go nowhere. We see homes not lived in, not loved. Locked and empty, held for visitors who come and go. Sorry. Dad, stop looking at me. You're making me cry. And we hear the opposition. We hear the opposition. They say that the fees are too high, the mortgages are too high, that we'll lose income. But all I hear is they're fighting for money, and we're fighting for homes. Our people have been pushed too far. We've been evicted by economics, and we've been displaced by design. And while visitors sip their cocktails on balconies, watching the sunset on land that never belonged to them, keiki are cramming homework into overcrowded rooms, wondering what stability even feels like. So enough of the housing market built on the backs of people it was never meant to serve. Enough of building a paradise where the people of this land are treated like guests. And I come into this room and I hear people say they'll lose money on their third, fourth, and fifth properties. And they have the nerve to say that these homes aren't for our people, they're not made for locals. Some stand here and claim they're just providing for their families, but their bank accounts and the number of units they own say otherwise. If it's really about family, why do ours keep getting pushed out? If your profits depend on keeping us out, then your profits are part of the problem. And if your income falls because we can come home, your business was never meant to last. I'm here testifying for myself, but also for my ohana, for every auntie who parks under the streetlight because it's the safest place to sleep, for every uncle who living in a tent outside the house he built but can never live in, for every keiki who's learned that home is something you lose when the money runs out. I still have hope. I have hope in our kanaka, in our immigrant families, and I know my time is up. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, questions for Ms. Wilhelm? Seeing none, thank you. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Raul Goodness, to be followed by Kay Kanaka, and then Serena Alexander. Chair, we don't see Raul Goodness, so going on to Kay Kanaka.
Yeah.
You have been unmuted on our end. If you're having trouble unmuting, we suggest that you try to call in on the phone number listed in the chat. Chair, the next testifier is Serena Alexander, to be followed by Noreen McKinley and then Sherry Curry.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, aloha. Aloha mai kako and talofa lava. Good afternoon, Chair and council members. My name is Serena Alexander, and I am testifying in strong support of Bill 9. I am an Oahu-born, but Maui-raised Kanaka Maoli, who just recently became another victim of being priced out of paradise. I currently live in Georgia as of September 2024, and like many who'd like to come home, but can't because of the housing crisis, it is apparent how SCRs have changed our housing inventory, inflated prices, and encourage speculative buying, which is not sustainable nor pono. And it's crazy to me that these STR owners like Matt Tarasenko, who last week testified, would let his 400 units in one of his buildings lie empty if Bill 9 passes. These STVR owners claim to be about this community, but only if it benefits their pockets. Claims that this bill will bankrupt the county, cause mass job losses, or violate constitutional rights are designed to protect their pockets and not our people. Bill 9 won't fix everything overnight, as we all know, but as those who are actually part of the community, we know it's a step in the right direction. It's about restoring balance and returning housing to its original purpose, which is to serve as homes for our local people, not investment properties. I sincerely urge the council to pass Bill 9, and mahalo for all your time.
Thank you. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much, Ms. Alexander. Staff?
Chair, we'd like to see if the person that just called in with the last four digits, 6235, is one of the people we just called. You can unmute by doing star 6.
Yes, aloha, can you hear me?
Yes. There is an echo. If you could please mute your computer.
Yes. All right.
And state your name, please.
Wow, this is really strange that you cannot get on this. Anyway, aloha, Chair and members. My name is Trinette Furtado, and I run the Ice Cream Aunties Missions of Aloha Outreach. I am also a Kanaka Maoli raised in Lahaina for much of my young life, currently living in a rental in Haiku that I am lucky to have, as I have been priced out of most rentals and ownership long ago on my papahanau. Mahalo to the administration for bringing this bill forward, and to our council members and community who support and continue to advocate for our community. I'll weigh the number of STR legal experts who claim to be part of our community and claim aloha for us and this place, yet show zero aloha when talking about us. Do they really have aloha when they feel comfortable telling you what we need or deserve in our own home and how they save us to save their investment? No one claimed this bill would solve our housing crisis. This is just one avenue of many in addressing this complex and multi-layered problem.
The continued misdirection of saying that Minatoya list units were never intended to be workforce housing or affordable is a simple and grotesque attempt at justifying the continuance of this extractive, speculative industry. That's saying that anyone that has to work doesn't deserve to live in any of these units, that these units aren't meant to be affordable for anyone except those using them as a business investment. Tell us how you really feel about us without telling us how you really feel about us. We cannot build our way out of this crisis. Lax enforcement of current regulations and piecemeal approval of projects contrary to those plans we've paid for with our money, time, and effort are what have brought us here. Biased legislators have brought us here. Unscrupulous realtors have brought us here. Those seeking profit from this place have brought us here. And as one brother pointed out last time, much of this Aina is illegally occupied and under clouded title. I hate to break it to many of these entitled feeling investors, but you may not own what you think you own. Yes, our housing crisis is multi-layered, and we need to address housing that our workforce and those who are ready or can be ready to purchase can acquire. Because what hasn't really been brought up for consideration, yet is tied very much to this discussion, is housing for kupuna, housing for those needing ADA accessible units, housing for those 80% AMI and below, and housing for our unsheltered ohana. When Minatoya units open up for those in higher AMIs, we can focus on those projects that house those demographics I've mentioned above. You all have a responsibility to our community, the folks that live and work here, that raise their ohana here, that are the displaced and marginalized native population here, and to our keiki who hope to continue to live in this place we call home. If you're going to acknowledge or understand the status of Hawaiians in our homeland at the start of bot reports and summaries, then you need to put action behind those acknowledgings and understandings. Please pass Bill 9 and show us that you really do care about our local community more than you care about foreign investment. Mahalo.
Thank you. Ms. Furtado, did you sign in as K. Kanaka?
Yes, I did.
Thank you so much. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Noreen McKinley, to be followed by Sherry Curry and then Victoria Zupancic. Chair, we don't see Noreen McKinley on the call. The next testifier is Sherry Curry, to be followed by Victoria Zupancic and then Jarrett Chapin. Chair, we could try to see if the person who called in with the last four digits, 1567, is Chloe. Chloe, if that's you, you could do *6 to unmute.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair Kama, committee, and members for listening to all of our testimony. My name is Chloe Cadiz. I was born and raised in Paia. I'm 26 years old, and I wish to continue to live and work in Maui. I oppose this bill. I own, clean, and manage one short-term rental unit with my parents. My condominium was not intended to be workforce housing, and many of the owners of the other STRs in my building are also local. My short-term rental small business offers more flexibility and empowerment than any hotel job I would be qualified for. My short-term rental job empowered me to be a caregiver for my grandfather. My STR job allowed me to take a low-paying internship at the national park. My STR job supports me while I take classes part-time at UH Maui to be a future healthcare worker. STR job pays my rent. This is what's lost when some say there will be growing pains. I can't lose this. It will take several more years for me to reach my educational goals. I need the pay and flexibility that my STR small business offers. Once I graduate as a healthcare professional, I hope to have enough combined income from both jobs to hopefully afford a home. And I hope that more affordable housing will be built by then. STRs, specifically the Minatoya list, decentralize ownership in the hospitality industry. Visitors can choose to stay with local hosts rather than at corporate hotels. Since opening my STR, my main goals have been sustainability and supporting local. I joined the Surfrider Foundation's Rise Above Plastics on Vacation program that supplies reusable water bottles. My guests have the option to compost and recycle, and I only use non-toxic cleaning products, just to name a few small things. My favorite part of my job is sharing personalized recommendations with my guests, like directing them to locally owned restaurants, services owned by my friends, the farmers market, and sharing educational resources on nature and culture. To quote the UHERO report, the most direct local impact of prohibiting TVR use in the apartment districts will fall on the 450 Maui residents who owned and operated TVR units as of 2023. That's 450 Maui families who would be collateral damage from this bill. They would be part of the 1,900 to 3,800 jobs lost per the study. The bill has already damaged small local businesses, and it benefits corporate hotels. Taking away one resident's job to house another does not solve the housing crisis. It pits us against each other with private equity as the winners. Please protect residents and oppose Bill 9. Thank you.
Members, questions for the testifier? Chair Lee?
Can you hear me? Chair,
I
can you hear me? Okay. Okay. I have a question for you. You mentioned that you're from Paia. Is your STR or TVR business in Paia?
I'd rather not say.
Oh, okay. No, it's so happened we have a list, and there's one building in Kuau Plaza is in Paia. And the other question, have you seen a decline in business? I was just wondering, because of what's happening in the world, has what's going on the national and international level affected travel and people coming to Maui? Do you have any idea?
Yes, thank you for this question. I have noticed severe falls in business, especially at certain seasons. Of course, during the fire, even though my unit was not in an affected area, there was a severe drop in business. My place was available and open to fire survivors, but I didn't have any takers. Since the fires, it fell back down again this spring, given the stock market crash, I believe, after April, and then it's been very, very slow again this summer. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Member Paulton, you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cadiz, for your testimony. You said you own a short-term rental unit, and you'd like to buy a home someday. So you live on Maui. Where do you live? Do you pay rent?
I do pay rent. I do live on Maui. I'd rather not say where.
Oh, no, yeah, I'm not asking where you live. But then, and you said that you expect to finish your schooling in 3 years?
I did not give a time frame, but yeah, several more years.
Okay, so then if the phase out is within 3 years, that could pay for your schooling and you could rent it out long term to a friend or something?
Not necessarily. I wouldn't necessarily do that because, like I said, I would need the combined income of both my STR job and my healthcare job to afford a mortgage, which is not just the down payment, which maybe I may or may not have. I don't know, in several years, but still the monthly mortgage payment, I would definitely need 2 jobs to meet anything available.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chloe. Staff?
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Sherry Curry, to be followed by Victoria Zupancic, and then Jarrett Chapin. Chair, moving on to Victoria Zupancic, to be followed by Jarrett Chapin and then Lala Johnson.
I see Victoria.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. And Jarrett Chapin's my other half. He will not be testifying, just FYI.
Thank you.
Okay, aloha. My name is Victoria Zupancic. I am the curriculum testing Title I coordinator at Lahaina High School. I'm the outgoing vice president of the Maui chapter of the Hawaii State Teachers Association, former state chair of the Supporting New Educators Committee. I also serve on the HOA, or the board of the HOA of my affordable housing unit. And I'm here to testify in support of Bill 9 and returning residential housing units to the long-term market. I begin my 14th year at Lahaina on July 1st. I love my school. It's the reason I am here. I loved it so much that my other half came here after finishing his PhD to teach here too. I was embraced by the community and fell in love with Lahaina's traditions and histories. It's getting more difficult to maintain those traditions as families who have attended our school for generations leave because they have to, and teacher turnover is the reality we face each year. I bring this up because although I feel deeply connected to this community, I still understand that I am not from here, nor do I truly understand my home in all the ways I should. I don't kilo each day. I can't feel the change in the cool of the winds. I can't share all the mo'olelo of Lahaina. So respectfully, for everyone who has testified that because their grandparents made an investment here 30 years ago, I'm kindly sharing you cannot know or love this community either. What is not being noted by those that oppose this bill is that Hawaii is the only state in the country that does not use property tax to fund education and, in fact, has the lowest effective property tax rate in the country. Folks investing in short-term rentals are not paying to support the community in the ways that they would if they had a short-term rental in any other state in the country. There is a reason that the short-term rental market thrives here. The market has been manipulated to support investment. I urge the council to consider taking this opportunity to readjust the market to meet the needs of residents. As noted in the data shared by the mayor's office, condo prices will decrease by 25% by 2027. While short-term rentals may provide a valuable asset in the current market, as anyone that studies economics knows, markets will adapt. Our short-term owners can invest elsewhere where the market fits their demands. And as a math teacher, I'd like to briefly go over some numbers of what the reality that your residents in Lahaina, and especially educators, are facing. A starting teacher earns $53,000. We have the highest income tax rate in the country, and post our lowest benefits and our taxes, they take home about $1,400 a paycheck or $2,800 a month. As my father taught me, you should invest about 25 to 33% of your income on your rent. That's $700 to $950 a month. No one follows my dad's rule of thumb, and new educators here spend 50 to 80% of their net income on housing. My friends are paying these rates, and they take it gladly because there's nowhere to live. Since I've moved from the continent, we have been fighting for better and more equitable pay for our teachers. Our salary is not a lack of work ethic. I've done everything I can to earn enough. I've invested thousands in my education and hold a national board certification. It's only because I'm in affordable housing that I'm able to stay and teach in Lahaina. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so very much. Staff?
Chair, I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. Pardon me. Victoria.
That's okay. It's hard to see me online. Thank you, Miss Victoria, for all that you do, and thank you for servicing our county at the school level. I, too, was a school teacher at Lahaina Intermediate almost about 20 years ago. It seems so long. So my question is, you know, you see both sides of the spectrum. You've seen the kids that stay at school, and then are they leaving still? Like, because that's where it was for me, that all the kids who graduate just are leaving. And also, as a school teacher, I was finding that, excuse me, the long-term folks who were teachers for many years just couldn't cut it. So then we had this turnover rate of a lot of new teachers coming in, not knowing the community, teaching, realizing it's too expensive, and they're leaving as well. So you have both ends of the light being lit almost, where no one it's so expensive, no one can be permanently here. Are you finding that as well now in nowadays?
Yeah, it's true on both sides. There's not opportunity for our students, and they discuss often that they will need to leave. I just did a student trip. I'm sorry, I'm in a training, so I'm outside if it gets loud. We just did a trip to Japan, and the students talked about leaving, and they would love to come back to Lahaina, but they cannot because it provides no opportunity or economic future, mostly because of housing. A majority of our staff is alumni, from custodial staff to teachers, and they're often the folks that remain because they have family lands or family homes that they're able to stay in. I participate in the hiring process each year, and we put out offers to folks all the time because we're recruiting from the continent, and they cannot come because they look at the salary on paper. Once it's adjusted for taxes, our ERS, our pension, all of that, we have a mandatory 8% of our gross that goes into the pension system. The numbers just do not add up. So we are filling our positions with long-term subs, folks that do not have teaching qualifications, folks that are not certified or have background at all, nor do they understand the community, the culture, or the students that they're teaching.
You know, thank you for that update. I left teaching over 20 years ago for those exact same reasons, and I figured we're always going to need teachers. They'll fix it. I'll come back. Here we are 20 years later. It's not being fixed. The results of that system, I think we're seeing here today in regards to this bill. So thank you so much for what you do. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Member Rollins Fernandez has a question.
For Member Johnson.
For
Member Johnson, is that Hoku snoring?
Oh my God, you can hear my dog snoring? I'm sorry, I'm no longer alone in my workspace. I do have a dog snoring and chickens crowing. It's
Folks are
Lanai
wondering.
Lake, sorry.
Yeah. So I figured that was Hoku in the background. Mahalo, Victoria, for your testimony. Mahalo, Member Johnson. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Lala Johnson, to be followed by Julie M., and then Ivon Bosch.
Aloha mai ka co-chair and council members.
Aloha.
Olala ko inoa of Wai'ehu, lineal descendant of Wai'ehu as well. I am in strong support of Bill 9, which would eliminate short-term rentals in the different areas on Maui. I work directly with high school students or first-gen students whose families have been displaced or are struggling to find affordable housing. Many of these ohana or kanaka mo'oli who have already endured generations of trauma from land dispossession to systemic poverty and now continue to suffer from being priced out of their own lands. Unlike those who vacation here, they do not have the privilege of owning a second home or having a safe place to retreat to. Every day is a fight to stay rooted on this aina. Even though our specific community may not currently have a high concentration of STRs, we are not insulated from their effects. The presence of even a few STRs destabilizes residential neighborhoods, contributes to a rising tide of unaffordable rent, and sends a dangerous message that tourism profits are more valuable than local lives. The downfalls of SDRs that we all know is the displacement of local families in places like Lahaina, Haiku, Kihei. SDRs have been made nearly impossible for local working families to afford a rent or find housing at. Increased housing prices, SDRs like long-term rental homes off the market are artificially inflating prices, and property owners who choose profit over people. Loss of community fabric, neighborhoods and community become transient and lose their generational identity. When homes become hotels, there is less aloha, less kuleana, and less safety. Speculation and land grabs. SDRs encourage outside investment and land speculation, which raises property values and taxes, and even in the communities with relatively few SDRs. I just wanted to say also that today, supporting Bill 9 is not just a stand for housing, it's a stand for the land. And as quoted previously, housing is a first aid for the wounds and scars of colonization. And also, no tears for the owning class. Let's put our people first. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, questions for the testifier? Mr. Johnson? Thank you so much. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Julie M., to be followed by Ivon Bosch, and then Rob K.
Thank you, Council, for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Julie Monroyo. I own a one-bedroom, 520 square foot condo at the Papakia Resort. You received a letter from the Planning Department, and one of the points that was mentioned was regarding 5 properties that allow hotel use. One of those is the Papakia Resort. We have timeshares at the Papakia Resort. The preliminary Department of Real Estate Commission report has Papakia zoned as A2 and H2 zoning. The Department of Commerce has Papakia as H2 and A2 zoning, and Papakia Resort has always been marketed as a resort. I am asking that the council remove Papakia from the apartment list without having to go through a long and expensive rezoning and a legal path process. Let's spend our county resources on real affordable housing initiatives rather than these lengthy legal processes. And I'd like to also mention that there are 20 condos available for sale at the Papakia. Units have been for sale there, some of them for about a year, and they're not selling. And some of them are discounted 50% off of their high prices from several years ago. And those units are just remaining to be unsold. The second point that I wanted to make is I would like to highly recommend that the council do some due diligence by reaching out to Tamara Wallace, who is the mayor of the city of South Lake Tahoe. The city of South Lake Tahoe went through exactly what is happening now on Maui. In 2021, the city banned approximately 1,200 short-term rentals. So essentially anything that was out of the tourist core zone. Since the ban, there wasn't any more affordable housing. From what I know, and Tamara Wallace could be able to confirm this, is less than 20 out of those 1,200 short-term rentals, TVRs, went to become long-term rentals. Since then, the local economy has been dismantled. The restaurants have closed, the plumbers have left, the locksmiths have left. Essentially, families moved out of South Lake Tahoe. Those homes just sat empty, and the people that sold them, they were purchased by people who could afford to leave them empty. There are tons of hotels around South Lake Tahoe, but the way that people travel has changed. Travelers don't want to stay in a crammed 120 square foot room. So the other thing I wanted to mention is that the courts have deemed it to be unconstitutional based on the Dormant Commerce Clause that allows locals to rent out short-term rentals, but not out-of-state people. It's pretty well-defined law, and I would encourage you to talk to, again, Tamara Wallace in the city of South Lake Tahoe to get more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Ivon Bosch, to be followed by Rob K. and then Kevin.
I'm sorry, Chair, did you have a question for Julie? Yes, I'm sorry, Julie, are you still here?
Yes, I'm here.
Chair Lee has a question for you.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Julie, you mentioned that there's difficulties selling the units that you manage at
No.
Papakia?
What I'm saying is that there's actually 20 units. I kind of keep track of the market there because I own there, and there's about 20 units, and some of them have been on the market for close to a year with severely discounted prices, and they're not.
What's the average sales price?
Between $475,000 to about $1 million.
Okay, why wouldn't the 475 one sell?
Why didn't it sell?
Yeah.
It needed an extensive remodel, and remodels, I've gotten bids for remodels because we're going through a piping project, and remodels are costing about $107,000. I have a bid that I'm happy to send you for $170,000 for a 520 square foot unit.
And then what are the fees over there?
They vary depending on the size of the studio, size of the unit. Mine are about $1,600, and there's a $32 million piping project. For my one bedroom, my portion is going to be about $85,000. Again,
Is that
I'm
a
happy
special
to-
assessment? What are you talking about?
It will be a special assessment. The way that Papakea typically does it is they'll get like a 10-year loan and they'll tack that on to our HOA dues. And so we can either choose to pay it or pay it over a loan period that the HOA will go and get.
Okay. And the age of the building?
I believe it was built in the 70s.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Member Paulton has a question for you too, Julie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Monroe. I just wanted to clarify your answer to Chair Lee. Could it be possible also that some folks might want to know who their neighbors are and build relationships instead of having revolving door of tourists?
So as I sort of pointed out, the same situation happened in South Lake Tahoe, and it dismantled the community. I think you owe it to the residences of Maui and yourselves to really just have that conversation with Tamara Wallace. These units will just stay empty.
Sorry, I went to the bathroom. I gotta re-watch your that part of your testimony, but I mean, we've heard from a number of people that they left living in a short-term rental property because they wanted to know their neighbors. But I'll go back and rewatch that testimony because I went to the bathroom. Sorry.
Member Rollins Fernandez has a question for you.
Mahalo, Chair. I guess this to clarify Member Bolton's question as well. So in your testimony, Ms. Monroe, you explained that the Lake Tahoe phase-out legislation was unconstitutional because it treated permanent residents differently than non-permanent residents, but you understand that Bill 9 does not do that.
Yeah, I understand that. I know that some people that testified said that perhaps there could be an exception made for residences. I just wanted to make you aware that that would violate the Constitution.
Mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Ivon Bosch, to be followed by Rob Kay and then Kevin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. Thank you for listening to my testimony, council members and committee members. My name is Ivon Bosch, and I want to thank you for hearing my testimony today. I strongly oppose Bill 9 to phase out the Minatoya listed condos. My husband and I are full-time residents, small business owners in Kihei, own a vacation rental at Maui Vista, and have been renters since we've lived here. Regarding our specific condo, we purchased our 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom condo in 2016. The intention was to rent it out on Airbnb while also using it for personal purposes and lending it to family and friends visiting us and the island. I have shared in my written testimony the table of our monthly break-even amount, and we'll not go over it line by line here, but just give you the current numbers for our maintenance fees, insurance, and property taxes. Again, these are current numbers as, like everything else, prices are rising every year. Our maintenance fees are currently $811 a month. The property taxes are currently $768 a month. Insurance is around $60 a month. These numbers don't include special assessments, electricity, personal maintenance, improvements, and our mortgage. So bottom line, our break even would be just about $3,200 a month for a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom unit. But beyond that, there is a value to the ability to use one's own property independently, which would be restricted if the unit were placed in a long-term rental pool. For us, this option is not desired. Because we live here, we recognize the housing need, but believe this proposal is not the answer. It may benefit a few, but it will significantly harm the Maui economy, affecting everyone on it. As such, we would like to offer some suggestions. If this bill is about housing, is it possible to ask owners of these Minatoya units if any of them would volunteer to transfer their current short-term rental into long-term? Offer the owner maybe some incentive. This may be the quickest way to obtain some units fairly. You could consider requiring an STR license, like $100 a year to be an STR could equal about $700,000 per year extra in the budget. With mandatory inspections like FEMA, that could equal new jobs for possibly 10 or more inspectors. We've owned a long-term rental in Michigan, and the township requires inspections every 2 years. And the current cost for the license is $120 every other year. Prior to the township inspection, required to have an inspection performed on the AC, furnace, and water heater by a licensed HVAC company, and that costs an additional $35.
Members, you have questions for our testifier? Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bosch. I just wanted to clarify when you said special assessment, you have a special assessment on your short-term rental property? Like, is that a community facilities district or something?
So no, currently we don't have a special assessment, but we have had special assessments in the past, and I am 100% positive that we'll have special assessments in the future.
You've had special assessments in the past on your property that you're talking about?
Yeah, the short-term rental. We've had special assessments for piping, for paving of the parking lot.
Also, like when you do upgrade projects, it's spread out between the owners. That's what you mean by special assessment, not from the government or anything?
They might also be called traditional assessments, not maybe special assessments.
Or I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. It may be called additional assessments and not special assessments, but that was what my understanding was, special assessments.
But it's all from within, it's being done internally to improve the property is what you meant, special assessment.
Right, like
okay,
HOAs.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Members, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Sure.
Member Senensi has a question for you.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Bosch. You mentioned a township in Michigan?
Yes.
That has, what, you know what township?
Yes, Clinton Township.
Clinton Township, okay, thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Thank you. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Rob K., to be followed by Kevin, and then Sanoe K. Chair, we don't see Rob K. or Kevin on the call. The next testifier is Sanoe K., to be followed by Nahali Pokipala, and then unknown user. Sanoe, you are unmuted on our end. If you're unable to unmute, you could try calling in through the instructions in the chat. Chair, the next testifier would be Nahali Pokipala, to be followed by unknown user.
Aloha, council members, and aloha community. My name is Nahali Pokipala. I'm a resident here on Maui, and I'm here to lend support to Bill 9. I want to thank our young community members. Actually, I wanted to send that out because we haven't had the opportunity to do this when I was younger, maybe 20 years ago, to come into the county council chambers and talk about things that are happening, including the Minatoya list that actually was started. So mahalo nui to you keeping the community informed, and I'm grateful for the council members for your patience, for everybody being able to testify. I want to thank the mayor and his team for doing a great presentation regarding the support of this bill. They address concern and regulation status of illegal short-term rentals, the statistical numbers of how long it would actually take to do affordable housing, and the county fiscal director went over how the county is in position to handle the shortfall of the lost use of those STRs in question. Very logical and thought out. I feel for those who have made their living through this Minatoya list. I wouldn't wish this on anyone, but as we all have sat here through these meetings, I only can hear a loss of their money stream. Some, if you can't use it as an STR, property won't be used as a long-term rental. So once again, it's the money stream and not the community at large. I've heard here, how can you take away people's properties? STR owner properties are not being taken away. How you use it will change. It is no different how laws were changed so these properties could be obtained. Case in point, Wailea and McKenna. It's kind of like how developers had continually pushed to get their projects through at the detriment of residents that have lived here full time. We've watched a lot of generational Ohana lose their property because their property taxes went up. And now look at Wailea and McKenna at this time. Mahalo member Rollins Fernandez for bringing in safety measures so our kupuna won't be displaced.
I can't find it.
Charlie, you're not muted.
Am I good?
Continue, yes.
Okay. I heard unintended consequences, but I wanted to thank member Rollins Fernandez for bringing the safety measures so our kupuna won't be displaced at this time should developments be made next to kupuna property so they won't lose it. Unintended consequences was mentioned today. The Minatoya list has effectively taken residents out of our neighborhoods. I do remember being in Honokawai to visit families and pick up and drop off children that lived there in those properties there. Our residents are always being asked to shift. Out-of-state investors can do the same at this time. I ask this council to give our community a fighting chance to keep our people home, and please put this community first and pass Bill 9. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Members, questions for the testifier? Good. Seeing none, thank you so much. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is unknown user, to be followed by Shaka Doug Corbin and then Stephanie Pitlinski. Unknown user, you are enabled on our end. If you're unable to unmute, then you can try calling in at the number in the chat. Chair, the next testifier is Shaka Doug Corbin, to be followed by Stephanie Pitlinski and then Nia Fitzpatrick. Chair, apologies. We suggest that those having go ahead and call in to the number listed in the chat. It seems that Doug Corbin is having difficulty that way. So we could go on to Stephanie Pitlinski, to be followed by Nia Fitzpatrick, and then Maya Marquez. They seem to be having trouble unmuting. I hope they'll call in. The next testifier would be Nia Fitzpatrick, to be followed by Maya Marquez, and then Brian Banks.
Is anybody?
Chair, not seeing Nia Fitzpatrick or Maya Marquez.
Oh, there, okay.
Thank you.
Aloha kako. My name is Maya Marquez, and I'm here testifying as a settler living on stolen land here in Maui County. I'm not here to center myself, but I am here to be real. I moved here to build a better life for my son, a life far away from the violence of incarceration, from generational cycles of policing, poverty, and gangs. I came to heal, but let's be honest. Healing means nothing if it comes at the cost of someone else's dispossession. And in Hawaii, that someone is almost always Kanaka Maoli. In my work, I advocate for the houseless, most of whom are Hawaiian, pushed out of their ancestral lands and into tents, only to be criminalized for surviving. So when people talk about beautifying Maui or managing land, I ask for whom? Because the way this system is set up, it's not for families living in their cars, not for the kupuna being swept from sidewalks, which will happen soon, not for the keiki growing up without a stable place to lay their head. Bill 9 matters because it begins to crack open that illusion. It starts to center accountability to the original stewards of this land, instead of treating them like they're the problem. And as a settler, it's on me. It's on all of us, not to just enjoy the sunrise and call it spiritual, but to face the deep injustices happening every day and actually doing something about it. I see it all the time. Settlers organizing beach cleanups and wellness retreats with zero understanding of the political violence Hawaiian people face. It's giving colonizer chic in a flower crown. Supporting Bill 9 isn't the end goal, it's the bare minimum. It means choosing kuleana over comfort. It means saying, yes, I live here, and yes, I will stand up for the land that isn't mine, but that I benefit from every single day. If we truly believe in aloha, we can't weaponize it to avoid hard conversations. Real aloha means accountability. It means advocacy. It means refusing to let another bill pass that puts profits over people, especially the people who are this land. Mahalo nui for your time, and please pass Bill 9.
Thank you. Members, questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Staff?
Chair, we'd like to go to the testifier signed in with the last 4 digits. One, two, three, 4, to be followed by the person. Okay, to be followed by the person that called in with 4687, thinking that these may be people that we just called. 1, 2, 3, 4, go ahead, please. You can unmute by pushing *6. Oh, sorry, Chair.
Aloha.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, this is Shaka Doug Corbin from Kihei. Can you hear me?
Shaka, yes. Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Doug Corbin. I live in Kihei. I have worked in the hospitality industry my entire adult life. As I understand it, we are in a housing crisis, a housing emergency. Are we all in agreement on that? You can raise your hands because I can't see your faces. I'm in strong opposition to Bill 9's proposal to commandeer 7,000 Minatoya vacation rentals. It's abundantly clear that the desired result is affordable housing. I'm sorry to say that's simply not possible by changing the STRs to long-term rental use. The majority of owners would have to collect rents that would not be considered affordable. Only rare circumstances would allow an STR to pencil out for conversion. Certainly not 7,000 of them. Many people have already testified to that fact. STRs converted to long-term housing is not the answer to this emergency housing crisis. It's no secret that tourists pay a premium. If locals wanted to pay that premium, they would have lived in these units previously. The math doesn't work for them. How will they be able to afford these premium rents? FEMA isn't paying anymore, so how will they pay? We've all heard Maui no Kauai, Maui is the best. For decades, we told the world Maui is the best island in the world. The world came to see what all the hype is about. Maui no Kauai brought a lot of good to the people of this island. That's going to stop when you eliminate 7,000 vacation rentals. Everything connected will dry up just like San Francisco. Be honest, with Maui's decaying infrastructure, loss of a main attraction, Lahaina, bad publicity, increased fees, sky-high taxes, et cetera, the world will find a new best place to spend money on. Maui no Kauai will be a thing of the past. Maui needs fixing now. We are in an emergency. Our current crisis is lack of affordable housing, so build affordable houses. We're in an emergency situation. Arguably, it's been an emergency since long before the fires. How come the planning department is dragging its feet on permits? Why isn't Lahaina Harbor being rebuilt as a world-class harbor? No one would complain about the noise or the dust. Nothing is being done because government red tape gets in the way. We're in crisis, yet we've been having meetings for well over a year. 9 days ago, we ran out of time with 170 testifiers. We only got through 52. The result, postponed to last Wednesday. That got carried over to today. This housing crisis is an emergency. I can't say that enough. Let's start treating it like one. Cut the red tape. Private enterprise came to the immediate aid of fire victims. Government dragged its feet and got in the way. Don't forget we lost 19 homes up country. Private enterprise got the first destroyed home completely rebuilt in Kula. That house was finished last Thanksgiving. I heard the owner couldn't wait for the permit delays and went ahead and rebuilt his home anyway. It doesn't take long to rebuild when private enterprise goes to work. What takes forever is endless red tape, hearings, meetings, studies, public testimonies that take months instead of days to complete. You all should really reflect on why this process is taking so long and streamline things for your constituents. Cut the red tape. Planning department.
Thank you, Shaka Doug.
Yes, that's it.
Members, any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair, we'd like to go to the caller with the last four digits, 4687. And
Yes. Hello, I'm trying to be on Teams as well as my phone.
yes, you need to mute your computer, please. There's an echo.
I'm just going to shut it off. Okay, I just shut it off so I can. I want to thank the council and the committee for listening to everybody in regards to Bill 9. I am against Bill 9. My complex was built in 1964 and 1965 for vacation rentals. It's currently still has two original owners owning on property alive today. When we heard about the Maui fire, we jumped into action. I had my vacation rental people leave. I opened my doors for fire survivors. Not just me, but my whole complex. We brought in our housekeepers, our maintenance people, anybody that lost their house in the fire and needed a home. We opened our doors right away. I knew from the start, I had beds, I had towels, I had everything everybody needed. How are we going to get these people in there? I called a bunch of different organizations to try to help. And then turns out my housekeepers were some of the people that lost their housing and their families. When my complex jumped into action, we did not charge them, much to everybody's, comments. We let everybody stay for free. We paid for everything. We paid for the HOAs, we paid for utilities, we paid for everything. These are the people that worked for us for many years, are Lahaina residents, and needed a place to stay, and we did not think twice. After the fire survivors left our condo, they could not stand being in Hawaii any longer due to they lost their jobs as well because they were housekeepers, and all the units now had fire survivors, so we didn't need daily or housekeeping. When that happened, we reached out to an organization called GEM, and Global Empowerment Mission, and we offered our condo up to those folks. In the time of doing that, we also got our neighbors to participate and get their condos in the unit so we could put fire survivors in our places. And on top of that, we decided that we would help them and work as hard as we could to get other owners to give up their condos and put into the place. At doing so, currently today, we still have fire survivors in our units, and we've actually had fire survivors move out and move into other units that were built for them, and now they're moving fire survivors from the other side of the island into our units. 27 out of 30 units in our complex gave up everything to help everybody, and we did it with love. We love Maui. We wanted to help, and we actually I was laid off 6 months after the program because we had gotten too many homes, too many STRs gave up their homes, and we didn't have more people to put in them. So these are for fire survivors, not everybody on the island. But that is what happened with our organization. We are the organization that picked up everybody that FEMA would not, and anybody qualified.
Thank you
for your time.
Members, any questions for our testifier? Member Paulson?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Pitlinsky. I just wanted to clarify, they didn't charge you any property taxes? Or because you were housing survivors?
I didn't say anything about property taxes.
No, I'm asking you because that's how it's supposed to be.
For the first 5 minutes, we had fire survivors in our place. We weren't through any program. We just opened our doors to people that lost everything. People were staying in the park across the street. So we weren't under any program, anything. Eventually, when those people moved back, they moved to California because they had no jobs on Maui anymore. We did put them in GEM, and they did relieve property taxes for us to house them, of course, yes. But we also worked to find many other homes for people, and we had over 50 homes, still people wanting to give up their homes to fire survivors that I had to call and tell them we no longer need their homes.
So, the first 5 months
my point
was
in that
regular,
is that
and
everybody,
then
correct.
Then they became part of a program, and you have how many short-term rental units?
I didn't say that either. I have 4. And I found over 100 units for people on Maui to stay in vacation rentals, myself and my husband, because we wanted to help.
And so did they?
And a lot
you
of them
the
got
property
less
tax
money than what their mortgages were.
for all 4 of them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much, Ms. Polinsky.
You're welcome. Thank you for your help.
Chair, the next testifier is Sonoy, I believe, who has called in, perhaps, and then to be followed by unknown user who has also called in, and then Brian Banks.
God. Give me hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my camera is not working for whatever reason. But thank you. My name is Sonoy Huey. I'm the Executive Director for Women Helping Women. And I've been watching what's been going on, and I was hoping that Councilmember Paulton would have a sign so I could get a 1-minute warning on my thing, but that's okay. But thank you guys so much.
Can you pause her testimony? So no, they made a timer clock picture. I don't know if you can see it's paused at 2:41 because I wasn't really that good at it, you know. I mean, I was kind of okay, but then when I put the 1 minute and you had like 7 seconds left and like that. So if you can see the timer there, it says 2:41, they paused your time and that was the solution they came up with for my ineptitude. Thank you.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much. But I just wanted to kind of share a little bit about the experience of maybe survivors that are not a really counted demographic. And I speak as a native Hawaiian who was born and raised in Wailuku. And, you know, it's hard to hear, right, that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm in strong support of Bill 9. But this bill does not affect all renters, right? This is just short-term rental owners, correct? Right? I think that's what everybody is like kind of missing, right? This is just a small group of people that are, if they had looked to renting long-term to people, and I believe that Hawaiians are so resourceful that we will make do with whatever we have available to us, including myself, right? I was one of those that I live in a place where it is not affordable for other people, and it's not the best place. I'll just tell you that. It's I would guess, you know, if you live near Happy Valley adjacent, not necessarily the best pickings there, but I love it because it's where I grew up. It's the place that I know the best. But I would actually point you guys in the direction of the state's point in time count. And this is a 1-day count that the Bridging the Gap group does on a yearly basis. And they take account of how many homeless individuals are in our state. And so I think that's such an important snapshot of what's going on in our homeless and houseless community. For our survivors within our organization, you know, we have already a tough time trying to find housing for them. And this would be a good solution and a step in the right direction for many of us, myself maybe included, right? I think with things that are going on now, what's going to happen is you're going to lose a middle class, right? So there's going to be the haves and the have-nots. And that's where the pain comes from as being a Native Hawaiian in this environment, is that you're going to get rid of the middle class if things continue the way that they're going. And I think that's it. I think that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none. Oh, Member Paulton.
Sorry, so just clarifying, you're in support of Bill 9?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Support Bill 9, 100%.
Okay, thank
Girl,
you.
I need housing just like everybody else.
Okay, we can talk later. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff?
Chair, returning to unknown user, and then Brian Banks, and to be followed by Robin Knox.
Aloha, thank you. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I recorded this to make sure that I respected your time to stay under 3 minutes. I'm going to play, and hopefully you could record, or you can hear it okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair, council members, and staff. I applaud you for your patience. I've been listening to the Bill 9 debate, and I see two powerful things, talent and heart on both sides. What if we stopped standing across from each other and instead stood with each other? Imagine experienced property STR owners, and in some cases they are also land developers, forming an alliance with local families to build ADUs, where locals live in one and locals rent out the other. FEMA modular homes could be repurposed, as I see many of them just sitting around here underutilized. They too have now become a part of Maui history. Monuments to the loss all sides are grieving. Let the visitors rent from the locals, paying locals directly. You know, visitors may choose to stay with the fire survivors, not out of pity, but connection and support. That's dignity, that's rebuilding, that's respecting roots. Example, even building a 16 by 17 studio could cost $100,000. Financed at $650 a month in payment, it could comfortably earn $1,500 a month in long-term rent or $5,000 a month as an STR. That kind of income is life-changing, more profitable than any Minatoya unit.
Affordability is bigger than Maui. It's not just a fire issue or an STR issue. It's a global inflation issue. No one worldwide can say things cost what they did for our parents. People everywhere are working multiple jobs or even delaying having families due to cost of living. Some say off-island ownership is the issue, but how is blaming people for where they are from not a form of discrimination? If we want to talk about sovereignty or reparations to the people of Hawaii, that's different and deeply important conversation that has existed for many cultures throughout history, long before STRs were born. I have some clarifying questions I hope can be addressed as decisions move forward. In Lahaina, how many were insured versus kupuna homes that were legacy homes that were mortgage-free but chose to be uninsured? How do you have multiple families sharing rent that are now struggling to re-enter the market alone? What exactly is keeping survivors from buying affordable homes today when there are over 36 units available now under $300,000 that no one local is buying? Is it credit, income, tax returns, location, interest rates? STR owners are not responsible for any of these reasons. What is the magic affordable number in preferred rent and purchase price? And why don't we hear the same pressure on existing landowners to build as we do on STR owners to give up their homes? If we're asking for accountability, shouldn't it be shared? Why not incentivize landowners to build? Why not develop county-owned land? In summary, I oppose Bill 9. Let's focus on solving root causes that can withstand politics and economics when trying to foster quality of life. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record, please?
I choose not to say thank you. I've been seeing too many bullying memes and smear campaigns and snippets of testimonies being used on social media to degrade or ridicule testifiers. So I respectfully decline.
Okay. Respectfully declined. Thank you. Members, any questions?
Thank you so much, Mom.
Seeing none. Thank you. Staff?
Chair, the
Thank you for all your efforts.
The next testifier is Brian Banks, to be followed by Robin Knox, and then Okali'i Kava'akoa. We do see a caller with the first name Brian. Brian, if that's Brian Banks, you can unmute yourself or you can call into the number listed in the chat. Chair, the next testifier is Robin Knox, to be followed by Okali'i Kava'akoa, and then Jonathan Asato. Chair, not seeing any of those folks looking like they wish to testify. The next testifier would be Janice Herrick, to be followed by Sanfi Ryolski.
Janice is here. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, everybody.
Aloha.
My name is Okali'i Kava'akoa, and I stand here today along with my kupuna before me in support of Bill 9 because I believe it is a small step in the right direction towards a massive problem. Like many things, there's a multitude of reasons as to why the housing crisis is in its current state. But while we discuss the possibilities of phasing out STRs, the reality is there's around 700 houseless people living on Maui, according to a Maui Now article, and many more who are displaced. I cannot sympathize with someone who owns multiple properties when my family has struggled with just one. I was raised with my family where upwards of 4 to 5 generations were living in one house simply because we couldn't afford to rent or even dream of owning our own. To put it into perspective, we had around 30 people in a 3-bedroom. I was compelled by a handful of people to come and testify today, but the person who compelled me the most was you, Chair. I'm here today to remind you of your kuleana towards housing our people, as well as affordable housing. I was very surprised by some moments last Wednesday, such as the prohibiting of words to censor our voices. The last time we were censored, our language was almost lost. Our culture was almost lost. It's disheartening to see that we as a people are still being told to shut our mouths and to get in line, or should I say, uphold decorum. I don't believe they were thinking about decorum when they pointed a bayonet at our king's face to sign a constitution he didn't write. I don't think they cared about decorum when they took down our kingdom's flags and burned them. And I doubt they were upholding decorum when they were beating Hawaiian children for speaking and practicing our culture. All of this to say, I will not stop fighting for our people to finally get what they deserve, which is to be secure in their ancestral homes. I hope this will be the start of our people finally being taken care of. Thank you for the chance to speak.
Members, do you have any questions for our testifier? Thank you so much, Mr. Kawako.
Chair, the next testifier is Jonathan Asato, to be followed by Janice Herrick, and then Sanfi Rishevsky.
Aloha, council members and the community that's here. My name is Jonathan Asato. I'm a pastor at Grace Bible Church in Kahului. And I've grown up here, went to Kahului, Maui High School, and then UH. My parents were here, my grandparents are here. And it's been heavy on my heart what's been happening to our community and to the housing situation. My oldest daughter is just graduating from college. She wants to be a music teacher. My other daughter, she's graduating from Baldwin as a valedictorian, and she wants to be an educator as well. Both of which, and they want to come back here to teach. They won't be able to own a house at $1.3 million median price. This is not short-term vacation rentals' fault. This is not, the rich against poor. This is a bigger picture of inflationary problems that our federal government's printing out money ad nauseum and deflating the value of our own money. And Bill 9, although it has really good intentions, I don't believe it addresses the root problem of why our kids can't afford things here. So the reason why I'm here is because Grace Bible Church owns 8 acres in Kahului. And, your testimony really hit it on the spot. Like, for local people to be paying rent of $500,000, $700,000 over their lifetime and not having any equity in our market, that's criminal. That's not right. That's unjust. We were looking at the 8 acres, and I believe God's given us that 8 acres to be a blessing to our community and to find a long-term solution for the problems that we face. One of the ways that we want to address that problem is we were looking at the 8 acres, and we wanted to be able to capitalize people that came into 100 homes that we want to build there. We can't keep making things smaller and cheaper. That's not the answer. So one of the things that we've done is to create a solution where over 50 years, we can help 1,000 families get into homes that, and we'll give each family over $250,000 each over a 50-year period of time. How can 8 acres produce 1,000 homes for our local families? This is where, this is kind of why I'm here, is short-term vacation rentals are one of the most profitable things in our economy. And instead of using the profit to go outside of our community, what if there was a nonprofit like a church that took that money and gave it to the hands of our local people?
Donovan,
yeah.
Your time is up, sir.
Okay.
Did you put this in writing?
Yes, I have.
Okay, good.
I have it all in writing.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Members, Chair Lee has a question for you.
yes.
Chair Lee, you're muted. You're muted.
Good now. Go ahead, Charlie.
Okay.
Yep.
Hi, Pastor. You know, I've heard your proposal before, and I actually admire you coming up with it.
Thank you.
But maybe TVRs is not quite the product you want to hang your head on at this time, because there's so much controversy swirling around it. But I think the idea of finding something so people can profit by it and then move on in their lives, and then the next group of people come in. Is there anything else besides STRs or TVRs that would work in your plan?
I think STRs are a solution. Maybe Airbnbs would be another solution. One of the people that testified before said that that she had a person in her group that are her acquaintances that had a short-term vacation rental and took the profit from it and gave it to 3 people that had affordable rentals and paid for their rent. It's kind of that principle where a nonprofit or a foundation could run with a model like this and use the profitability of an Airbnb or short-term vacation rental to put money into the pockets of our community, because we're losing our community. Lots of people in our church are leaving because the cost of living is too high. Lots of our young people are not returning because they can't own their own homes, and even the attempts at affordable rentals for our professionals, nobody wants to rent for 10 years and look back and not own anything. So there has to be a solution where our local people are building equity in our market. And if we can take the profitability of short-term vacation rentals or Airbnbs or whatever it is, the tourism market, and put it into the hands of the local people, there's hope there for home ownership. There's a pathway for home ownership, not just rentals.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Pastor, for your presentation. You're in Kahului. In the neighborhood, how do your neighbors feel? Have you spoken with them?
We've spoken to some of them. We're in a pretty unique spot. We're surrounded by cemeteries, and there's 4 roads that come off of our property. So traffic-wise, it wouldn't be a big deal, and there's a lot of space. We probably have 9 neighbors that are actually bordering our property, so it's not going to disturb a lot of people.
Chair, one more clarifying question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pastor. Have you spoken with the planning department about this? Did they have any opinions?
We have spoken to the planning department. It's kind of been challenging to navigate planning and housing and all of those different things, but they've all been in support, yeah. So I guess sorry.
Members, any other questions for Mrs.? Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Mr. Asato.
Yes.
Mahalo for your testimony. Just clarifying. So you said that you are interested in using the 8 acres your church owns to build 1,000 short-term rentals?
No, it's 100 homes. Out of the 100 homes, there would be 70 that would be rentals, and 30 would be short-term vacation rentals. The short-term vacation rental profit would go into the hands of the people who are renting from our community. And so we calculated that in a 4-year time span, each one of those residents would be able to exit with over $200,000 from the profit of the short-term vacation rentals. And when they leave the project, they would be able to use that $200,000 as a down payment for their own home. So it's a feeder program into affordable rentals. And the reason why I'm talking here is because, the topic of short-term vacation rentals. And maybe it can be a solution instead of a problem.
Okay, so you oppose Bill 9 because you folks want to build short-term rentals?
I don't oppose it. I don't support it. I'm just bringing another perspective.
Oh, okay, because I thought I heard you say in your testimony that you don't support Bill 9. So you don't support or oppose?
I don't support or oppose. I just think that there might be solutions that, because Bill 9 doesn't really address the problem of home ownership. So there might be things that can be done, even with the taxes that short-term vacation rentals bring in. 200 million of taxes and then 40 million in taxes. Why doesn't that go to people that need down payments for homes? Like that's a lot of money that can go into our community.
Why indeed.
So
hopefully you come and testify during budget session next year. Mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Members, it is now 3:05, and we're going to take our afternoon break from 3:05 to 3:15. HLU committee is now in recess. May the recessed HLU committee meeting of June 9th, 2025 come back to order. It is now 3:21 p.m. And staff, will you please call the next testifier?
Chair, the next testifier is Janice Herrick, to be followed by Sanfi Ryolski, and then Amy Joyce Chang.
You may proceed.
Aloha mai kako. My name is
Aloha.
Janice Herrick, and I am speaking in support of Bill 9. My granddaughter, except for her old truck and cat, lost everything in the fire. As with other fire survivors, it has not been easy for her, but she is grateful to now be housed in a pod on her mother's rented property in Wailuku. I want to share my mana'o as a kanaka o'iwi. Like you, I have listened to the many testimonies, passionate and often moving for the bill. Is Bill 9 the ultimate solution to our housing crisis? No, it is not. However, is it a start? I firmly believe that it is. We know that without change, there is no growth. Is growth easy? Often it is not. Can it be painful? Yes. It's time for us to bite the bullet and make the necessary changes, whatever they may be. Although this bill is not perfect, it is an important, though small step in the right direction. Ladies and gentlemen, who will you prioritize? Will it be those who are rooted here or those whose ties are principally financial? I do not envy you, your kuleana. Mahalo.
Members, any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Chair, the next testifier is Sanfi Ryolski, to be followed by Amy Joyce Chang and then Kara Jabola.
Aloha, Chair and council members. My name is Sandy Ryolski, and I live upcountry, and I was evacuated with the Kula fires. I also am an owner of a STR in South Maui. I am disabled, I'm old, and I rely on the income to supplement my Social Security. By now, you have heard almost every scenario of why Bill 9 should either move forward, be stopped, or modified. For the records, I am opposed to Bill 9 as it stands today. There is no question affordable housing is needed and has been for years. However, the housing shortage that occurred right after the fires no longer has the urgency it did in the days, weeks, and first months from when the fire started. If you search the internet, there is an abundance of rentals and homes for sale. And with the threat of this bill, STR condominium pricing is down as much as 40%. What this bill has created is a divide between STR owners and many of the people who live here on Maui. This is unfair, as it was these owners and their guests who reached out to the world and asked for donations to help Lahaina. Instead of helping rebuild, the funds were directed to hire activists and lobbyists, with very little actually going to help those who needed it most. We are not the enemy. We feel strongly that this is a retaliation effort for Hawaii being annexed into statehood in 1959. Just a reminder, 93% of the voters voted for Hawaii to become a state. 93%. The people who owned these STRs had nothing to do with those decisions, nor should they be penalized because they bought legal vacation properties. The first mayor of Maui was Elmer Cravajo. He was the mayor from 69 to 79 and has been honored by having a major road in Kahului named in his honor. Mayor Cravajo was a mayor for the people, for all people. He saw the importance of tourism for the island while still wanting to keep the real beauty of Maui for the people. In order to control tourism, he limited building to the west and south shores, Lahaina and Kihei, leaving the rest untouched. He started the movement for tourism when he saw that agriculture was going down. The Minatoya listed properties all fall into these two areas. Tourism is the lifeblood of the island. The monies fuel our economy, and what we pay in taxes help pay your salaries. The proposed bill is flawed. Kihei and Wailea should never have been included, and this was meant to house the people from Lahaina.
Thank you, Sandy. Members, any questions?
Thank you for your time.
Testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Amy Joyce Chang, to be followed by Cara Jabola and then Keefe J.
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, Council members. Thank you so much for this privilege for all of us to speak our minds. I came here to support and to say how impressed I actually am with our mayor. I actually didn't vote for him, but I'm so impressed that he takes this bold stand. And I am a part-time teacher at Paia School. I'm a music teacher. I have 80 students year-round. And I'm always looking at them and I think, we teach them kokua, we teach them malama, we teach them to love their land and to care for each other, to care for the community. And I always look at them and I think, where are they going to live? Where are they going to live when they grow up? I always have that. And, you know, the mayor came to one of our La Ohana, and I could see him kind of thinking, like, weighing the communities. So I also want to say that I have a small business, but I am a former member of the ILWU. We were the first spa to actually unionize, and amazingly, here's Stephen West. I put in that first phone call to him to speak up for our rights, to speak up, to work together as a team, as a group. And you know that is a 5,500 membership, and there are former members like me, and you know you want that endorsement. And we're gonna watch how you vote. And I heard that they're willing to take a stand to walk if this doesn't pass, and I will walk with them. I certainly will walk with you, and I will also recruit former members that I know that were in my crew. So I just also want to say that, you know, this policy change is worldwide. I mean, you can look at, I just looked up, it's Barcelona, Spain, California, New York, Paris, Amsterdam. Policymakers around the world, I mean, we're not the only ones with these housing crisis and over tourism. They're all looking, what can we do? What can we do? So they're banning or doing strong restrictions on Airbnb. So actually, you're just following that trend by caring for your community. So I just want to say, in the same way that I'm so proud of the mayor, that I'm really going to be watching how you vote, and I really hope to be proud of all of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Cara Jabola, to be followed by Keith J. and then Ronnie Pahukoa.
Yeah.
Chair, it looks like Cara Jabola is calling in.
Yes.
So we'll call Keith J for the time being,
Okay.
followed by Ronnie Pahukoa.
Is he here?
Chair, it doesn't appear.
I'm just promoting Ronnie right now. Ronnie, you're unmuted on our end if you would like to testify.
I see her.
We do have a phone call that just joined. If you can, sounds like you got it, but please mute your computer.
Thank you. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and honorable members. Aloha. For your record, my name is Cara Habola Carolis, and I'm testifying in support of Bill 9 as a Filipino community organizer, as a gender policy expert, and as an author of the only academically published research on sex trafficking on Maui, as well as the recent report by Tagnawa. It's entitled Equality in Flames, and it's the first of its kind in the nation, examining the effects of a catastrophic wildfire, the Lahaina wildfire, on gender equality. What I know from my work is that Maui will not be able to end gender-based violence successfully unless it begins to take back housing en masse from STRs. The lack of affordable housing on Maui invisibly shackles women to violent relationships and situations. From the Tagnawa report, 16% of Filipino female fire survivors surveyed have had to exchange sex acts for basic survival needs post-disaster. Half did so for housing. 1 out of every 5 sex trafficking victims identified on Maui were forced to exchange sex for housing. Half of sex trafficking victims on Maui are experiencing precarious and unstable living situations and do not have access to long-term housing. These women and children cannot wait the 73 years or 20 years or 10 years or 5 years for new housing to develop, even if that were the ideal strategy. So it's not an exaggeration to say that for every short-term vacation rental, for every home open to a tourist but not to a local, there is a woman stuck in painful abuse. For every vacation rental, there is a keiki who could have grown up without domestic violence, but who won't. These are the real victims, not STR owners. Women Helping Women serves 150 to 250 women who call every month, and this metastasized to double and even triple following the Lahaina fire. And also, I want to say that the women leaders behind Bill 9 and the incredible organizing, such as Courtney and Jordan of Lahaina Strong, they've been subjected not just to personal attacks, but what's considered in law as sexual harassment and violence against women by the opposition to this bill simply for standing up for Maui's future. They are the victims, not STR owners. So with much respect to our Kane, I want to appeal to this women-led committee of this women-led and women majority council to make women's political representation count and to pass Bill 9. And finally, I want to end with the words of the person who taught me housing justice organizing. It was my very first job out of law school. Her name was Tasha Kama. What you said many years ago stuck with me, and I wrote it down in a journal. You said, Cara, don't just be mad at the missionaries from 200 years ago. Colonization is still happening, and I want you to do something about it. So here I am, Chair. Mahalo.
Thank you, Cara. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you, Cara.
Chair.
Oh, member Rollins Fernandez has a question for you.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Jobalo Karalis. Mahalo for your testimony. Sorry, I know your name. Would you please repeat the reports that you cited?
You wanted to send it in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She'll send it in.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
Carl, it's okay if you just send it in to the committee, and then Member Rollins Fernandez can receive it, so we don't have to go through this again. Thank you. Anyone else?
Chair, the next testifier is Ronnie Pahukoa, to be followed by James Langford and then Glenn L. Foster. And I don't see Ronnie on the call right now.
Aloha. Yeah.
Aloha.
Aloha.
I'm trying to open my video. Kalamai, I'm not being... Okay. Aloha mai ka co-chair and members of the Maui County Council. O Rani Inagaki Po'ui Noa, he kanakawa iau no Waima Nalo o Ahu. He mamu au no Ke'anai Maui. Kahio Ko'ohana he Maulo Ikalo. My name is Ronnie Pahukoa Inagaki. I am a Kanaka Maoli from Waimanalo, Oahu. I'm a direct lineal descendant of Ke'anai Maui, where my Ohana are Lo'ikalo farmers. I am here today, along with my ancestors, to strongly support Bill 9, not for myself, but for the people of Maui. It's time for our community to claim its place in our homeland. No more being pushed aside to accommodate profit over people. This bill is about standing up for Maui's people, land, and water. For decades, the so-called Minatoya list has allowed hundreds of units in apartment districts to operate as TRVs, diverting homes away from Kanaka Maoli and local residents to the short-term visitor industry. This has persisted despite the 1989 zoning changes, which removed TVRs as a permissible use in these areas under Ordinance 1797. The Minatoya list essentially created a loophole that has contributed to the devastating housing crisis, displacing work-class residents, kupuna and keiki, who can no longer afford to live in their own communities. The August 2023 wildfires have only deepened this crisis. Over 5,400 homes were destroyed, displacing more than 12,000 residents, according to FEMA disaster reports of Maui County recovery updates. These wildfires were among the most destructive in U.S. history, leaving thousands of families without homes and further straining Maui's already limited housing inventory. Every available housing unit must now focus on the urgent long-term needs of Maui residents, not short-term profits for absentee investors. Bill 9 provides an opportunity to fulfill the original purpose of apartment districts to provide higher density, long-term housing for our local families. This issue is also tied to our history, the 1993 Apology Resolution, which was passed by the U.S. Congress. And this lasting harm caused to Kanaka Maoli and our communities, including the loss of land and self-determination. Today, we see the same effects of this history in the housing crisis, which has displaced so many Kanaka Maoli and local families from their ancestral lands. Bill 9 is a step forward addressing this injustice by ensuring housing is returned to Maui's people, restoring balance and hope for future generations. As Mayor Beeson said, housing is not a speculative asset. It is a basic human need. Bill 9 is more than a policy. It's a promise to our people. By supporting this legislation, the council has the opportunity to honor the promise and take a critical step toward reclaiming housing for Kanaka Maoli and local residents. Mahalo nui loa for your time and consideration.
Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Mahalo.
Ellen?
Chair, the next testifier is James Langford, to be followed by Glenn Foster and then Dorothy Bandandy. Mr. Langford, you're unmuted on our end. If you're unable to unmute, please look at the instructions for calling in the chat.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I can see him. We can hear you.
Hey, so much hard work you all did, and so much gratefulness. Our ohana here, Maui, and the world is so grateful for how strong you all are, and this intense dichotomy of being what we're all made of. So gently to remind us of that beautiful oath to aloha, as defined by Lilio Kozani. And as we go forward as a community, I would like to testify on Bill 9 that I do encourage a 10%, kind of like a tithe that we, when we take these federal funds, and as you guys know, I wrote $50 million grants and submitted them to the OIS. And if you don't have those, I'll happily put them on Granicus again, and I sent them to the governor as well. So I can be a resource to bring the capital in, with integrity. But as that happens, like, it's probably okay to put like a 10% people aloha tithe on governmental actions, reminding us that we are all sacred beings here, and that is another way of avoiding taxing people. Just what we can do to show the aloha for our ohana here. So what a blessed opportunity for us all to do our hard work and to pass this bill. I'm in support. And I do have lots of amendments and things if you guys want to use me as a resource. I've spent post-wildfire healing my mental health by, actualizing what we can do, action. I wanted to come in and do a modern dance today, but I couldn't make it there. So I love you guys. Let's keep going forward together and finding the win-win-win solution. It's not a dichotomy. We know what aloha is and what we need to do for our ohana. So thank you. I love you all for the hard work and asha, you guys, so much. So I offer my support and praise in whatever I can to make everything work for everybody.
Thank you.
Good luck to us today.
Members, any questions for Mr. Langford? Seeing none, thank you so very much. Staff?
Yes, ma'am. I love you. I got it.
Chair, the next testifier is Glenn Foster, to be followed by Dorothy Bandandy and then Reverend Jules Gibbett.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, council members, and people in the audience. I've been blessed. I'm a native Hawaiian and a beneficiary, and I've subsided in Waiuko, and I have a home. Unfortunately, my kids, they don't have a home. So homelessness and housing is the issue. It is the issue here. There is no homes. People are moving away. That's a fact. But I'm here to tell you that I'm an entertainer. I perform at the luau's. I have a small business. I do window coverings, and I've had the business since 2000. And I've met a lot of these owners that you folks are talking about. I've hung drapes in their units. I've met them personally. And they're good people. They're really good people. And a lot of times when I have been listening to this conversation all day today, and I'm a Hawaiian. I'm not gonna go against my own people and degrade my people, no. But I am gonna stand for justice. What happened to our people happened. But what we do with our lives today is our choice. God gives us values in our lives. He gives us the Bible to live by, the Word and His Son. People don't believe that. But I do. And I know it's only because of God that I have what I have. But I stand here testifying that I do feel for the people who feel like they've lost a lot. But I believe in the solution. There is a solution that this county can put together where everyone, like what Alton was saying, Sato, he was saying, there is a solution. That's what we need to live in, is in the solution. What are we going to do? And we need to do it now. We cannot wait for permits. No, the permits, we got to get rid of all the red tape and move forward. Move forward so people that are waiting for homes, that need homes, can get homes. That's the issue. Bottom line, that's the issue. That's the problem. Why are we waiting? Why are we fighting against one another when we should be putting our heads together and getting the solution to this problem done? But that's all I came to say, and I'm grateful that I got the time to say it, and I oppose the bill. And I'm grateful to have shared my testimony. Thank you.
Members, any questions for our testifier?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you so very much, Mr. Foster. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Dorothy Bandandy, to be followed by Reverend Jules Givet, and then Evan Weber.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Aloha kako Maui County Council and committee members. I just wanted to say mahalo for extending time for testifiers to speak today. My name is Dorothy Lara Bandy, and I am speaking in support. And although I've never lived in Lahaina, I have always loved Lahaina, I feel. I remember the deep breath I take as a youth before jumping off the Lahaina Harbor Pier, just before a surf contest at Breakwell. I have many fond memories of the calm mornings waiting at Canoe Beach with my keiki to find out their seat assignments and race times for paddle. I've lost count of how many times on Tuesdays that I drive the Poly to Lahaina Courthouse with retired probation officer Ron Babayan, meeting with clients for adult client services, and of course, grabbing a bite to eat at Aloha Mixed Plate afterwards. As a social worker, I sat in many IEP transition meetings at King Kamehameha III Elementary, feeling a wave of relief knowing a child was in the hands of a school team that would help them thrive. And even now, as a program supervisor for a disaster case management program that will end in July, I continue to aloha Lahaina. I've seen firsthand the ongoing fear and uncertainty of fire survivors. Many still precariously housed. Some have done everything possible to repair, recover, and rebuild, only to face the same devastating setback, housing instability. Allowing non-Maui residents who have no say in our local elections to have the first voice and first choice over the Minatoya list only worsens this crisis. It doesn't just perpetuate a housing crisis, it deepens a workforce crisis. An entire moku has been displaced due to the Lahaina fire's impact on infrastructure, commerce, culture, and social networks. Currently, the largest need for housing is in the realm of 1 to 2 bedroom properties in Lahaina or West Maui. Although Lahaina properties make up for only 1/3 of the Minatoya list, releasing apartment zone units for short-term vacation rentals takes critical housing for long-term housing solutions. And it is just that, a long-term, not a permanent solution. In times like these, long-term housing is a vital stepping stone to recover, repair, and rebuild. We are living in unprecedented times in which the ability to house a community is within reach. However, the desire of persons not personally or physically invested in the community are wielding their power and their ability to withhold these housing opportunities. As it stands, if the committee were to survey West Maui survivors, one would find that their current living situation is still tenuous as they are still being uprooted, as many FEMA direct lease housing occupants are being forced to leave as their short-term housing solution is being placed back on the short-term rental market.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, I know I'm out of time. Thank you.
Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so very much, Ms. Bandy.
Thank you.
Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Reverend Jules Givet, to be followed by Evan Weber and then Paul Huggle. Chair, moving on to Evan Weber and then Paul Huggle, to be followed by CC Marks.
Mahalo kako. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify. My name is Evan Weber, and I'm here today in strong support of Bill 9. I'm part of an organization, our Hawaii grassroots movement across the islands. We have over 7,000 members in Maui County. But I actually wanted to speak from more of a personal perspective today as a resident of Kailua on Oahu, lifelong resident here, and a current member of the Kailua Neighborhood Board. Basically, I'm here to proudly and happily communicate with you all as you're making this decision that short-term rental regulation works. Kailua was one of the major hotspots and
problem zones here on Oahu before we passed Bill 41 back in 2022 under the leadership of our city councilwoman, Esther Kia'aina, in the Honolulu Council. And we had definitely one of the worst problems of all the neighborhoods on Oahu, but actually our problems do not compare at all to what communities like West and South Maui are facing. So we had about 10% of our 15,000 households dedicated to illegal short-term rentals at its peak. But it was causing a lot of problems because we also have a lot of military families taking a lot of housing. This was driving up rent and really causing a lot of chaos and disruption in a neighborhood that was never intended to be a vacation and a resort zoned. We did not have the infrastructure to deal with traffic, over tourism, visitor management, and people not just coming to our neighborhood, but living and staying there. And so what has happened since we passed Bill 41, which bans and regulates short-term rentals and the enforcement of that, is that we have had some relief, both in housing and rent costs, as well as really getting our neighborhoods back. And so I just want to say that this is not complicated. The solution is simple. Zoning. Zoning is the solution. Homes should be in neighborhoods, and vacation rentals should be in resort zones. And that is what this legislation would do. It is not dramatic. There is no need to compromise it further. We did not have an extended 5-year phase-out period, and our economy did not crash overnight here in Kailua. Tourists are still coming. They're just not staying. And so now we can have that too, and I hope for the people of Maui, and especially the people of Lahaina, that the county council will grant that to them. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, questions for our testifier? Member Paulton has a question for you, Mr. Weber.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Weber. So just clarifying, you're saying there was no phase-out period, or it was like 3 years, or how did that work?
Yeah, it was, there was a phase-out period. I can't remember all the specifics, but we're now in less than 3 years out from when the bill passed. And in the first year, we already saw illegal short-term rental listings drop by 50%. So there was a pretty rapid response in the market. People saw it coming and they were able to respond, even with uncertainty around the court cases, which now have been resolved due to SB 2919.
And that's the amortization, SB 2, the one
that is the Senate bill, the enabling legislation that also is allowing you all to do this, that happened at the state level.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Weber. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Paul Huggle, to be followed by CC Marks and then Magdalena O'Donnell.
Aloha mai kako. As a longtime resident, my name is Paul Garrett Hugel. I lived in Maui 40 years. I humbly acknowledge that I live and stand on the ancestral lands of the Kanaka Maoli, the native Hawaiian people of Maui, whose connection to this Aina endures. In recent years, short-term vacation rentals in apartment districts have increased from fewer than 3,000 in 2015 to over 11,000 in late 2023, with more than 7,000 in West Maui by late 2023. Maui's long-term rental vacancy rate dropped below 1.5%, one of the lowest in the nation, and median rent for a two-bedroom unit surpassed $2,400 per month. The wildfires in August 2023 destroyed 2,200 homes in Lahaina and left hundreds more families without housing. Bill 9 phases out transient vacation rentals, TVRs, in apartment districts. For West Maui, the deadline is July 1st, 2025, providing about 6 to 7 months for operators to adapt. This transition period is considered reasonable under state law, especially given the urgent need for housing after the wildfire. Key challenges for our community include job losses in TVR-related services, reduced county tax revenue, ensuring effective enforcement, potential legal challenges, risk of illegal rentals, monitoring real impacts on rents and housing supply. Residents can support Bill 9 by staying informed, attending public meetings, helping affected neighbors, supporting housing initiatives, and encouraging respectful dialogue. Bill 9 is intended to restore apartment districts to long-term housing and address Maui's housing shortage. Meeting these challenges together is essential for success. Mahalo nui loa. And I do believe all of you have an email of my testimony as well as supporting documentation.
Yes, thank you. Members, questions for Mr. Hugo? Seeing none, thank you so very much. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is CC Marks, to be followed by Magdalena O'Donnell, and then HiOal Kiko. Chair, we don't see CC. Therefore, the next testifier is Magdalena O'Donnell, to be followed by HiOal Kiko, and then Penelope McKenzie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Aloha Churkama and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Magdalena O'Donnell, and I am a full-time resident of Maui. Together with my husband, we own and operate a small family-run short-term rental management company. Just to clarify, we do not own the properties we manage. We simply work hard every day to maintain them, care for our guests, and most importantly, provide meaningful employment for our local team. I'm here today with deep concern and strong opposition to Bill 9. This small company is how we make a living. It's something we built from scratch with integrity and the hope of creating a sustainable future for ourselves and those that work for us. We are not, unlike hotels, we are not a big mainland corporation. We are a Maui-based small business, local and committed to our community. Our team is made up of people who live right here on the island: housekeepers, inspectors, reservationists, maintenance workers, independent contractors. Many of them are parents and young adults just starting out. These are hardworking local residents who depend on this industry to put food on their tables and keep roof over their heads. If Bill 9 passes and materialist properties are phased out, all of that would be at risk. We and our employees would lose jobs, and with that, we would lose ability to simply live here. We already face a crisis of affordability on Maui. Removing thousands of jobs from an already strained economy is not a path towards stability. Materialist properties with HOA fees, high HOA fees, and some costly special assessment make them completely unaffordable as long-term rentals for working families. Taking them out of the short-term rental pool will not magically solve Maui's housing affordability. In fact, it will make things worse by eliminating jobs and pushing more families into financial crisis and weakening communities' economic base. We work closely with guests who choose to stay in these vacation rentals. These visitors shop in local farmers markets, support local restaurants, and book tours with local guides, invest money directly into island economy. This kind of tourism supports not just us, but countless other small businesses on Maui. I kindly ask you that you hear from those of us who don't own here, those of us who simply work in the industry. Because we are the ones doing laundry, answering phones, replacing light bulbs at 10 p.m. We are the working class trying to survive and trying to stay. If this bill passes, many of us won't be able to. I'm asking you to consider a more compassionate, more realistic and balanced approach, one that protects the working people of Maui as much as it seeks to address housing crisis. Because we all want affordable housing, but we just can't create it by destroying livelihoods, taking jobs away, and forcing long-time residents to move away. Please don't take away our last chance to live, work, and raise our children here.
Members,
Mahalo.
Any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much. Staff?
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is HiOal Kiko, to be followed by Penelope McKenzie, and then Kaleo Waiao.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Aloha, Chair and Council members. My name is HiOal Kiko. I am a longtime Lahaina born and raised member here in Lahaina. I am also the second oldest of 19 grandchildren from my grandpa, who all carry Paliko last names, with 9 of us being young adults ourselves. We are in strong support of Bill 9. When I graduated high school in 2016, my Kahani and I always dreamed of owning our own house. It is now 2025, and we can barely afford anywhere. Which leaves us to live in a 7-bedroom house with 15 of us as me and my siblings continue to grow our own family. I'm also a 4th grade kumu here at Lahaina, and if you ever came in my classroom, the amount of students that I have that either had to move away because their families couldn't afford having a place of their own after the fire, or even hearing my 4th graders this year talk about how they're going to be able to afford when they graduate from high school, and that's years from now. It's really sad and heartbreaking to hear. Another reason why I support Bill 9 as a Kanaka Maoli and a farmer here in Kauaula is that, truth be told, we can't afford building more buildings if we don't have the water to support it. As a Kanaka who's cultivating land and as a kalo farmer, it is hard for us to just practice our own Hawaiian rights when we don't even have the amount of resources needed. So I don't understand why other people would want to build more or suggest to build more if we don't even have the resources needed. For me, I am a mother of 2 boys, and I have 1 more on the way coming in July. And my oldest just graduated from Punanaleo, and to hear him and his 10 classmates talk about the dreams that they have when they grow up, and mind you, they graduated in 2038. A lot of them want to be firefighters, policemen, teachers, and I feel like this bill will help make sure that they can stay here in Hawaii when they are there. And I know we do have problems filling all these positions in our community. So by supporting this bill and taking this step, I feel that we'll be able to allow these keikis to actually stay here in Hawaii without even having to think about what they're doing and where their life is going to be in years from now. Mahalo nui.
Thank you. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so very much. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Penelope McKenzie, to be followed by Kaleo Waiao, and then Rebecca Briber.
Greeting, Council. Thank you for this meeting. Thank you for the days and the months and the years that you do what you do to try to come up with solutions to protect Hawaii, protect the children, and create a future. I'm in full support of Bill 9. I know it's not the complete solution to housing, but we know that tourism is the occupation of America. We understand that the displacement of people continues to happen from them. Statehood equals the tourism outbreak, right? We cannot continue to allow tourism to I understand it helps your Social Security. I understand it gives you an income, but I also understand that so many people don't have anything. If Hawaiians have to have 50% to even get on their land and then pay for all these things and all these rules, how is it that a settler like myself can think that they can come here and own something forever and displace people? And I'm sorry, but I was a housekeeper raising my daughter. I was a landscaper. But it's not our ultimate dream to clean people's floors and to plant plumerias and put poison on grass. Let people plant their kalo. If Hawaiians were the property managers, can you imagine what those courtyards would look like? The amount of food, the trees, the life that would be there versus what is there now, because the people that own them, they don't know, and nor do they care. And they're good people. I get it that they're good people, but I just think that what we need is more teachers. What we need is nurses, not travel nurses that are getting paid stipends to be here because we don't have enough. We do have enough. As we continue to make the tourism economy as if that's the only way people are going to survive, it's not the truth. I work for Women Helping Women. We need more people that are going to work for the industry, for the people. So yes, the jobs will pivot, but maybe we'll have more teachers. Maybe we'll have lactation consultants. Maybe we'll have midwives. Maybe we'll actually have farmers that can feed their community. But to keep saying that we need tourism to survive is not the case, because it only continues to get worse. Where we're at today is worse than where we were last year and where we were 10 years from now. So I do agree with this bill. I do think 5 years is a long time to make that transition. And I think that when these people continue to say they care about Hawaii, but then claim they will do litigation and they will not let local people buy, and also the price has gone so high up that people cannot, don't tell me you care. And we know that you are not in America anymore, and the reason is because you love Hawaii. And these people will continue to make it a worse place every year that they are in control. So thank you for what you're doing, and I support.
Thank you, Ms. McKenzie. Members, questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you so much. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Kaleo Waiau, to be followed by Rebecca Brider, and then Ho'o Kabania.
Okay, aloha. You got me scared to death. I don't want the bell to go off before I finish speaking. Anyway.
Aloha.
Aloha. It's been a while. Okay. I'm a retired pastor, retired high school teacher. Yeah, I just retired 2 weeks ago. And I sent my oldest daughter, Javia's, she took her kids and everything and her husband, and they've moved to Montana. So now that puts my second daughter in Oregon, no, my two younger daughters in Oregon, and the only one son that I have, he's got a place up at Pu'uhona scheduled for him, so he's the only one here. So it's been kind of crazy celebrating retirement with everybody leaving and saying goodbye. I personally don't like that. So I'm going to kind of wrap it up by visiting my great-grandfather. He was a graduate of Lahaina Luna, was one of the 4 people to accompany Prince Kuhio to advocate for the Homestead Act. In the process of teaching and reminding my kids of this fact that they come from a family that is not just about them, but it's about other people as well, I was reminded that unless we are very intentional about securing stuff like land, property, opportunities for our kids, locals, Hawaiians, we will disappear out from existence, not just from history books, but from history, period. And if you go to Washington, I went to college in Spokane, Washington. So if you're on the west side of of Washington, you'll see that there's a place called Kalama. That's a Hawaiian family that just had to relocate because this place wasn't working out for them. They're not the only place. Then there's a place called Aloha in Oregon. Aloha. My two daughters live in Oregon, and they have more Hawaiians there than some places on this island. And then there's Hawaii in Idaho. Go figure that. Okay, I got to get out of here. Okay.
So your time is up, but I think we'll have members see if they have questions for you. Members, any questions for Mr. Webb? Yes, go ahead, Member Compton.
I'm in favor of the bill.
Wow, can you tell what I'm having for dinner tonight, too?
You mean what we're having for dinner?
That's the coolest trick I ever seen. Thank you.
Member Uhajan, did you have a question? Okay, thank you. And Member Cook?
My clarifying question was to say thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez has a question.
Mahalo, Mr. Wayo. Mahalo for your testimony.
Thank you.
That's not why I asked for the mic. My question is, what was the point to bringing up the different places that have Hawaiian names?
I got a call from the girlfriend of one of a really good friends, families from KNI. And they live in Minnesota. And it just blows my mind, the Pahukoa family. So, and I know that we're not talking about DHHL properties here. But we are talking about our kids, like my kids. I mean, I gave my property to my son. It was a family decision. But there's not enough property for everybody in DHHL. Even though Kali Watson is doing a great job, you know, there's still not enough. And I mean, look at all these red shirts. Look. Tasha and I used to work at Napoe Kokua. I worked there went around to try to get people to be able to be creditworthy. Okay, look at all. I mean, I know all the young, especially the young ones, have ditched and gone. But there were so many. I mean, you didn't ditch. You're young. You're still young. It's okay. But remember when we worked at Napoe Kokua? I mean, to find young people to stand up and say, we'll do what it takes to do this.
Yep.
Anyway.
Mahalo.
Anyways.
Mahalo, Chair.
Staff?
Missed your dad.
I missed him too.
Chair, the next testifier is Rebecca Briber, to be followed by HiOal Kiko, and then Alexandra Puchelli.
Rebecca?
Rebecca Briber, you've been unmuted on our end. If you're having trouble unmuting, is that you on 0988? You can unmute by doing *6.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Aloha, my name is Rebecca Briber. I strongly oppose Bill 9. Currently, tourists who stay at Minatoyalist complexes are footing the bill for the upkeep of these aging complexes. Bill 9 would no longer allow tourists to pay these high costs, which makes no sense. My one-bedroom unit at Kameole Sands owes the lowest monthly association fee in the complex at just over $1,100 a month. This covers the fixed costs of the complex. This is just what it costs to manage a 1970s era 440-unit complex in South Kihei. Say after adoption of Bill 9, if you estimate a purchase price almost 50% lower than the current assessed value of my unit, current 30-year mortgage rates would result in total monthly housing cost of $4,800 a month, which adds up to an annual housing cost of $57,600 a year for the cheapest unit in our complex. Median annual household income on Maui was $95,100 from 2019 to 2023. The generally recommended share of one's income to be spent on housing is 30%. Although on Maui, we all know that most renters pay more than this. Post Bill 9 owners of my unit would be paying 60% of the median household income on housing for them just to break even and cover costs. This also means half of the households on Maui would be paying more than 60% of their household income to rent or own my unit. I will add that from 2024 to 2025, I paid $32,000 in special assessments in addition to our monthly AOAO fee. This was for a critically necessary roof and waste pipe replacement project. Luckily, the special assessment was mostly covered by the guests who paid to stay in my unit. I had to contribute a relatively small amount to cover the shortfall. Many buildings on the Minatoya list were built around the same time as Kameole Sands and will soon need to pay for these expensive repairs to their aging infrastructure. Having tourists pay for these costly repairs and upkeep on these aging complexes, which sit within tourism zones like South Kihei Road, just makes so much sense. I don't understand why the county would want to shift this burden onto local homeowners and renters. The county owes residents an honest analysis of whether housing needs can instead be met by going after illegal short-term rentals, streamlining and fast-tracking construction permitting for all categories of housing, perhaps creating a new zoning designation that permanently limits ownership of certain types of new construction to full-time residents, incentives for landlords to offer long-term rentals, such as property tax breaks, and better protections for landlords to ensure that they can quickly and easily evict destructive tenants. Finally, like many SDR owners, I did apply to open my unit up to fire survivors under the Kaka'o Maui housing program, but never heard back from CNHA. Again, I oppose Bill 9, and I thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you. Members, questions for our testifier? Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Briber. In one point of your testimony, you said you didn't know why. I just wanted to clarify. So you own a short-term rental. Do you live full-time on Maui?
No, I do not.
Okay. Thank you.
Members, any
Thank you.
others? Seeing none, thank you so very much. Ms. Briber? Ellen?
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Ho'o Kabanila, to be followed by Alexandra Puchelli and then Simon Wendell.
Aloha.
Aloha, go ahead.
Aloha, my name is Ho'ola'i Kabanila, from born and raised here in Lahaina, Maui. I'm speaking today in support of Bill 9. I own about 15 pairs of shoes, 2 guitars, couple pairs of sunglasses, but what I don't own is a home. And I've heard a lot, and I'm going to echo a lot of what a lot of the supporters have said in these past meetings. This bill may not be perfect, but it is definitely a step in the right direction. And with politics, it's always a gamble. And this is one of those risks that's worth taking, in my opinion. For years, we've watched the state and the county gamble on and approve legislation that has put people whose only ties to these islands are their short-term rentals first, and us with generational ties last. And thanks to groups like Lahaina Strong, who have been working tirelessly to keep our community informed on legislation such as this bill, this is the first time I can confidently say that I believe that our people feel encouraged and have a sense of hope for their future. My fiance and I, we work for the state and the county. She's an educator, and I work for the county wastewater department. We're in pretty decent, pretty good financial standings. We do our best to save and make responsible financial decisions. We have an extremely supportive family, and yet together we qualify for roughly $500,000. And we all know that that gets us really nothing, especially here in West Maui. For a lot of us local people, I think we've heard for generations that the word no has been the soundtrack of our lives. For example, you hear, no, you don't qualify for this, you don't make enough. Or even better, no, you don't qualify for affordable housing because you make too much. So I think this is the time that we get to put our local people in positions for more yeses. And I've heard a lot of the opposition talk about how what they're doing provides jobs for our people. But in my opinion, this bill may be what we need to re-incentivize our state and county positions that have too many vacancies. So thank you. Mahalo.
Members, questions for our testifier? Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cabanilla. Just wanted to clarify with those jobs that you were saying, you would consider that essential workforce. You guys work through it all.
Yeah, 100%, definitely. I think especially for our infrastructure departments, I don't think we were, especially after the fire, I don't think we were prepared to fall into the first responder categories, and that fire really, I guess, emphasizes how important all of our county positions are and how essential they are.
Thank you. Thank you for getting our sewer back online.
Anytime.
Any others, members? Seeing none, staff?
Chair, the next and last two testifiers for today are going to be Alexandra Puchelli and Simon Wendell. Alexandra, you're unmuted on our end. If you can go ahead and...
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you go.
Yes. Okay, I hope I can go back to my notes on my phone without losing you. Aloha, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today and share my perspective on this important matter. I oppose Bill 9. I am born and raised on the island of Maui, and I'm raising my child in third generation here. I own and self-manage a short-term rental. This has allowed me to be a stay-at-home mom, as well as take care of my father as he was dying. I employ 9 locally run family businesses. Nothing is managed by any off-island investors. All the profits from my rental business stay on island, supporting other local businesses. As a community, we always talk about shopping local and supporting local restaurants over the corporate chains like McDonald's and Burger King. For example, we choose to go to Tiffany's, Marlo, food trucks, and shop at the farmer's market. Why don't we apply that same mindset towards supporting locally owned and operated vacation rentals over corporate run hotels that ship all of their profits off island? I feel a great sense of gratitude that I was able to take my hospitality degree and leave the corporate hotel business and invest in myself and community. We can all agree that the island is having a housing crisis and has for a long time. Unfortunately, this bill seems to just be putting one side against another and making the divide in the community even bigger. I believe the pathway in Maui is to help local families generate their own income, to not be tied to corporations. For example, the planning department should make it easier to build ohanas so local families can have income rental. That it shouldn't be so hard to open a restaurant or a small business, and that the council provides legislation that supports local businesses. There's lots of ways that we could be empowering our community to get ahead besides working for big corporations that give all their profits to the shareholders. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you. Members, question for our testifiers? Seeing none, thank you so very much. Ellen?
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Simon Wendell.
Aloha, chairs and members of the committee.
Aloha.
Thanks for your tireless efforts. I know this is a marathon, and you guys are at the end of it. So thank you for paying such close attention to everyone's testimony. My name is Simon Wendell. I serve as the Director of Finance for the Lahaina Community Land Trust. I'm also the CFO of a community land trust in a tourism-based mountain town in Washington, and I consult nationally with affordable housing organizations. I also serve as a planning commissioner. I'm the chair of the board of a regional social services organization and act as treasurer of the Northwest Community Land Trust Coalition. As I think you've heard me say before, I'm kind of a problem at dinner parties. My wife regularly has to kick me under the table to stop me from talking about housing and lately the history of land in Hawaii. And I'm here today in strong support of Bill 9. I'm also here with a full understanding that this decision is not easy. This is a tough job, and there's a lot to weigh. With that in mind, my testimony has two main goals and points, and the first is to encourage long-term thinking. I think too much of our culture operates on a quarterly basis, quarterly earnings, but you can't make meaningful progress when your time horizon is 3 months long. Let's not stare at our feet. Let's look at where we want to go. Let's ask ourselves, what decisions can we make today that will put us on the right path in 10, 20, 30 years? What do we want? What do you want the housing stock of West Maui to look like in 2045? That's what this decision is about. And then the second main goal is to offer some specific thoughts on how this decision specifically impacts housing. And I think the first question I'd ask is, who decides what's suitable for a local family? There's been a lot of speculation on this point by opponents of this bill, but shouldn't local families get to decide for themselves if a condo in Honokauai works for them? The second is, don't underestimate local families' financial commitment to stay. I'm leading Lahaina Community Land Trust's Insurance Gap program, where we're working with local families to fill the gap between their insurance available and the cost to rebuild. And we routinely see families paying $3,000 to $5,000 a month in mortgage payments, cost burdening themselves to make sure that they can stay. And in some cases, we see folks paying $7,000 to $12,000 in rent today. So don't assume that these condos are too expensive. Let's not make these decisions for local folks. The next thing is that these units fill a missing segment in the housing stock. Many of these condos could provide an option between homelessness and an unattainable $2 million single family home. Let's give families something in between. The next I'd say is that reusing existing housing is much more cost effective than building new. And then finally, I'd like to highlight the fact that with investment comes risk. These condos have benefited from a short-term rental exemption for decades, and that exemption being overturned is not an attack. It's a realization of a risk that was inherent in any investment tied to the policy exception. And then finally, I know I'm out of time, but the last thing I'll say, okay.
Thank you.
I'll stop.
Members, questions for our testifier? Member Sinensi and Member Johnson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Wendell. I just wanted to catch that last part you said. I didn't catch that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. The last thing, and maybe this is actually the most important thing, so I appreciate the opportunity, is that I think that the job loss argument that many folks are making is pretty shaky. Much has been made of the potential economic impacts, but I'd urge caution. There's been a lot of reference to the UHERO study, a lot of citing of the UHERO study, and I'd like to point out that that was not a peer-reviewed paper and relies really heavily on the classic economics flawed assumption of holding all else constant. It's kind of the mantra of orthodox economics. And in this case, what's held constant are things like social determinants of health and opportunity, and those are the variables that we really should be changing. So I think it's a difficult short-term decision, but if we focus only on the short term, we miss the opportunity to shape the long term.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wendell, for your testimony. I know you had to speak really quickly, so maybe you could send it to the committee in writing. It was very powerful testimony, especially the idea that to build new affordable housing, people don't realize some of the prices. I know here on Lanai, the Hokuau project was $800,000 per unit. So this is, people should really look at what we're talking about when they say just build your way out of it. So thank you so much for that. I'd love to see your testimony written. Thank you, Chair.
Members, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mr. Wendell. Members, it is now 4:30. It's the end of our day, and Chair would like to be able to recess today's meeting for tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock. So, yes, Chair Lee? Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so how many more testifiers do we have?
21.
Perfect, because that's what I had.
Well, that does
Okay,
not,
yes.
that number doesn't include those that are marked orange on the list that we called from
And
June
didn't show
9th that didn't testify yet. It just, 21 is the number of folks that we have not called on yet.
Right. So, but,
Okay.
but overnight or tomorrow, others could add on to the list. So,
Why you like keep going?
Okay, so you're gonna keep calling those who were not called at previous meetings.
well, I think the June 9th list, I think we've exhausted, and I think we are calling people the June 18th today, and then tomorrow we'll call the people from yesterday or today that didn't show. So we're working down
So
the list.
are you saying that we might possibly finish tomorrow night? The 5 to 8
Potentially, we
meeting?
could. Potentially. No promises.
Okay, and then if that were the case, when would the first deliberation meeting occur?
We could potentially on Wednesday, because it's, we start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we could potentially end testifying at that time, have a short discussion, and then recess until the following Wednesday, when we'll have an all-day meeting and we'll be able to have the mayor and his entire team with us. That's the plan.
We're going to have another presentation from the mayor?
He's going to answer. He's our resource, right? So we have questions for him and his team, so he'll be there to answer them.
Okay, so potentially, we might start deliberation, well, we're going to start at the end of, like, say, tomorrow night, right?
Potentially.
Tomorrow night or
promise because
Wednesday?
I'm not
On
sure.
Wednesday. No, I'm just thinking, we're only going to start it, and then you're going to recess it. So more than likely, we're looking at not this Wednesday, but the following Wednesday to actually start the real deliberations. Right? Okay.
Yes.
Just checking. All right, thanks.
But I still like the word potential, Chair. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair and Chair. Okay, so we're gonna recess to tomorrow at 5, you said.
Yes.
Is it a hard stop at 8?
What are we
Ish.
doing Thursday?
Hardish?
Wednesday.
Or are we gonna, so we've been averaging
That by
like,
year because we've averaged like maybe 50,
10.
60 a day. It depends on how fast and you know what holds us up is if we can't get our testifiers to connect.
yeah, Teams has been awful. I'd like to advocate for Zoom again.
But basically, yeah.
Okay, so basically, yeah, hard stop at 8 tomorrow? Was that the, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, and then on Wednesday, the 25th, if we, well, I guess regardless, we'll reconvene at 1.
Yes.
And then, so 4 to 4:30, or until we exhaust the list.
I'm hoping the list would be exhausted prior to, but I'm just thinking positively potential. We'll see.
Well, since potential, should we like plan? Because I know you would
bring your
like
pillow and blanket?
to get to deliberations on July 2nd, Wednesday. Maybe we can plan to exhaust the list on the 25th and do enough deliberation in order to close public testimony so that
Yes.
we can.
Let's all plan that, shall we?
Okay, we're going to exhaust the list on the 25th.
Of course.
Regardless of what time.
No, I think we have to consider time.
Okay. All right.
Good?
Yeah.
As good as can be. Okay.
Mahalo, Chair.
You're welcome. Members, it is now 46.
Chair?
Yes.
Apologies. So just for the record, the committee will be recessing to tomorrow, June 24th at 5:00 p.m.
Yes.
Using the same online Teams meeting connection.
Yes.
As well as the same in-person location here in the chamber.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
And Chair.
Yes.
I'll be joining online.
Okay.
From
Right,
Molokai.
you told me that.
Mahalo, Chair.
Yes. Member?
Thank you. I'll be joining online as well.
Okay, good.
Just hopefully my computer works because it wasn't showing me as a participant, but I'm here. I'll be there tomorrow too.
Okay, that's good. Okay, thank you. Members, it is now 4:36 p.m. and the HLU recess meeting of June 9th is now recessed to June 24th at 5 p.m.